Everybody have a seat on this side of the dais. We'll get started. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. I am going to call to order Board of County Commissioners, Palm Beach County. Today is March 26, 2024, and we are going to call this meeting to order. I would like to have a roll call at this time, and as we do the roll call, I'll let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Marino and Commissioner Woodward have an excused absence. So, Mr. Clerk, go ahead and call the roll call.
Commissioner Barnett?
Here.
Commissioner Baxter?
Here.
Commissioner Bernard?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marino? Mayor Sachs?
Off the top of your head.
Mayor Sachs.
Here.
Commissioner Weiss?
Here.
Commissioner Woodward? Thank you.
Very good. All right. At this time, we're going to have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Father, guide us in the duties we're about to perform. Give us wisdom to make the best decisions for all of our citizens. Help us to remember that no problem is too small to escape concern and perplexity too great to resist solution. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's look at the agenda approval at this time. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions to our agenda, Madam Administrator?
Madam Mayor, members of the board, no. There are no additions, deletions, or substitutions.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Very good, and I have a second with Commissioner Baxter. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously at this time. All right, now let's move on to the regular agenda, which starts on page 2. And if you go to the top of page 2, we will find Clerk and Comptroller. This is Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and move item 3A1.
I'll second.
Very good. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Did you get the names of those who? Okay, I didn't announce it. Okay, very good. All right, let's go on now to 3B1, Palm Tram. And we do have a presentation. Good morning, Mr. Von Laron. I'll have you introduce the members of staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Baker. We have 2 Palm Tran items before you today, and I appreciate your indulgence on this workshop meeting on these important items that we're bringing forward. I'll introduce our table with you. Lou Ferry is with us. He is our paratransit extraordinaire at Palm Tran and oversees Palm Tran Connection for us. Many of you know Fredlyn Johnson. She's our numbers whiz at Palm Tran and takes care of all things budgetary and is the director. Michael Blaylock, who is our interim director, and then also wanted to recognize Ms. Simba Matumba from the County Attorney's Office, who is our attorney assigned, and we appreciate his guidance through all of our Palm Tran items, and particularly these that we have before you. So there are 2 items before you today, and they're related to one another. The first item is a funding-related item for ARPA funds, and then the second item is our larger paratransit, our 5-year proposed contract that we're bringing forward to you. And they're linked because a portion of the funding for that paratransit contract is addressed in item number 3B1. So just to take you through 3B1 first, this item has come before you. You've seen this number before because we've applied to the federal government for this allocation of federal funding of $56.3 million in ARPA funding. It's asking to both receive and file that executed agreement, to approve the upward budget amendment to our grant fund, and then also approve that amendment in our operating fund so that we can utilize those dollars for both paratransit and fixed route operations over the next 5 fiscal years. As you recall, we did something similar with our ARPA funding that came into the county. This is separate just for PalmTran, and this will allow us to use these funds to help offset some of the increases that we'll be talking about in the next item that is coming before you on our contract. And Lynn, if you had anything to add, certainly.
With this item, we're gonna go ahead and draw down these funds as eligible per the grant for fixed route operating expenses this year. We should receive that full amount into our accounts, and then we will be able to put it in a reserves to help offset some of these increases, as Todd has mentioned. Doing this will allow us to make sure that these funds are not de-obligated in the future. We've had this allocation for a few years now, and so this will allow us to obligate and accept these funds within this fiscal year.
Very good.
And that is item 3B1.
Do we have any questions or comments, members of the board? I believe we have some cards? Not on this item. Okay, very good. Then do we have,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve item 3B1A, B, and C.
okay, and I have first by Commissioner Bernard, second by Commissioner Weiss. All those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously. Very good. Moving right on.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, on item 3B2, we have a presentation that we wanted to provide to you. We had an opportunity to share individually with some of you these items, but wanted to, we had a couple of suggestions to add that we wanted to go into a little bit more detail with you on, and just take you through it real quickly. So staff is recommending on this item the approval of a 5-year contract for PalmTran Connection Paratransit Services between Palm Beach County and First Transit in the amount of $329,557. I'm sorry, $329,557,535. It might have been easier if it was that number. For the period of May 1st, 2024 through April 30th, 2029 for the provision of paratransit and GoGlade services. The item B on this particular one is the budget transfer of $8.6 million from the item that we just discussed on PalmTran operating revenues for that contractual service on the, to allow for this contract increase to be realized with those funds for the balance of 2024. So just a couple quick slides on how we serve, who we serve, and where we serve in Palm Beach County. And many of you are familiar with this, but just to go over it quickly, our fixed route service that we have, 150 fixed route buses, almost 3,000 bus stops, 7.4 million trips per year, and as many miles per year as well. This particular contract doesn't deal with that service. It deals with the next two areas, both GoGlades and Connection. GoGlades is a mobility on demand service that we have, about 300 daily trips, almost 450,000 miles a year, and this operates exclusively in the Glades region between South Bay, Belglade, and Pahokee. And then our Connection service, and you'll see that we've got a couple of different pictures of some of the vehicles that we use, both our cutaway buses and our minivans, 288 paratransit vehicles, 228 of those are cutaway buses, and approximately 60 of those are minivans that we utilize along that. And we continue to work to diversify that fleet, to do what, opportunities that might be more cost effective than others. The issues that we have sometimes there is those cutaway buses last a little longer than those minivans, so determining how you deal with some of the maintenance issues and replacement issues with those is what we kind of look at when we do this. But we serve up to 3,500 trips per week and 9 million miles a year on this service. And this is that curb-to-curb service we talk about. And this covers 430 plus contracted paratransit operators. On this next slide, I wanted Lou to share a little bit about some of the annual passengers we serve, who we serve, and we broke it down for you just so you understood the importance of the individuals that are utilizing this service on a day-to-day basis. Lou?
Thank you. So as you see, the annual passengers we had for the last 12 months, it's in the bottom right corner, about 872,000, almost 873,000 passenger trips. The number one means is employment. So you could see employment trips. The next one would be medical, so life-sustaining, medical, and also medical appointments. And then we have the adult daycare. Adult daycare meaning Alzheimer's community care, nutrition to the senior sites. And then we have secondary education, which is actually the colleges. So we take a lot of people to Palm Beach State and Kaiser and all those secondary schools. And then the primary education and recreation is close to each other. So as far as that other part, which is obviously the larger one too, adult day training, religious, visitation, and other. So this is just a kind of a snapshot of how we really impact those that take our service. As you can see, employment is pretty much the number one. And as I said, medical.
So as we move on to the next slide, we talk a little bit about where we serve. And just to share with you so you understand where our trips originate. And the where we serve, we broke down by district, both the ADA and the transportation disadvantaged trips that we have there. And you see it varies throughout the county. On the lower end of the spectrum, District 4 at 69,360 origination trips. On the higher end, District 7, 178,843 trips. But again, a number like 69,000 plus trips is a pretty large number. And so as you go up from there, you can see District 6, 110,000 plus trips, 145,000 in District 3, 132,002, 87,000 trips in District 5. All very important riders that utilize this service throughout the county. Wanted to share too the RFP process on this and our timeline. So just so you know, we haven't gone out to bid on this since 2014. And a lot of things have changed since 2014. Prices have obviously changed, both in real estate as well as in the labor force. And the numbers are a lot different in terms of rental of facilities and what we are paying our team to work with us to make sure that people are able to get to where they go safely. We started this process in July of 2019. That first RFP was canceled in April of 22, and we'll get to that in more detail in a moment. The second RFP was released in June of 22, and that RFP was canceled in August. And then we went out to the community. We had some much more detailed meetings that we did with industry and stakeholders, released our third RFP, and then 5 corporations, companies responded in the bid, and then that third contract is scheduled to start in May of 2024. You can see on the bottom of that contract timeline, we've had a number of different extensions over time. That first 7-year contract, we had a couple of month extensions, we had a 3-month extension, and we're currently today in a 4-month emergency extension that was put in place, one, because during the RFP process, we had protests that were logged and then formally dropped towards the end of 2023. That allowed us to go back and to pick up our negotiations with First Transit, who was the #1 bid scored in the RFP, and then to bring this to you. We also, in that 4-month contract, provided for in the contract a transition between MV and First Transit. And we put stipulations in that contract of how we were going to transition the trips and some of the workforce over to First Transit to help provide as smooth of a transition as possible when we got to May of 2024. Lou's going to kind of take you through the whys on the first through the third requests.
Sure. So the first request for proposal, we got 6 respondents. Only 1 was deemed responsive. The others did not meet the minimum requirements. So we went out again for the second request. The second request, we had questions about the facilities. So again, we had to throw that away because the facilities weren't up to par. So after the second request, we actually went out for an industry day. We had an RFI, a request for information, and we went out with it and invited the industry in. We had a back and forth, seeing where we can go to make sure this third one would go through. We also had 2 different consultants review the RFP. We had a peer review throughout Florida. We had a few other agencies look at the RFP to see if we're going in the right direction. We also had our on-staff experts review the RFP as well, and we successfully issued it and got 5 respondents, so that's a good thing.
So just looking at the third request for proposal, first I want to thank Melody and her team at purchasing. They were instrumental working with us through this to make sure that process was followed properly. Obviously, in an RFP of this size, process is extremely important. These are very large contracts. They're very competitive contracts, not just here, but everywhere in the country, and usually they have a lot of different interests. We had a selection committee. Lou and Lynn from our team were both served on that. Lou's counterpart from Broward County was one of those that was served on it. A member of our Palm Trans Service Board was there. James Green from Community Services, as his clients are very important utilizers of this system, served. And then we had representatives from OFMB and OEBO. 5 companies were considered for this particular contract: First Transit, MTM, National Express Transit Corporation, Super Nice, and MV Transportation. And when we went into this and we developed the specs for the RFP, one of the things that was really important, both from a peer-to-peer perspective and also amongst the industry, was that they wanted a single provider. They asked to have a single provider for this contract. We currently have 2 today in Palm Beach County, MV and First Transit. And a lot of the rationale is, have a single point of contact. You have one contract, because these are all union employees that we have. So right now we have 2 different contracts between MV and First Transit that differ in their costs and their benefits. But overall, that's what our peers see, and it's also what the industry had asked for. So going into this, we knew that at a minimum, one of our incumbents, might not be able to continue to provide that service at a minimum, and possibly both of our incumbents might not be able to provide that if we were only going to go out for one. The selection committee heard those 5 oral presentations, and then they were reviewed. There was an oral presentation, and then scoring resulted in the following order. First Transit was number 1, MTM was 2, National Express was 3, Super Nice 4, and MV Transportation was 5. And there was about a 100-point difference between number 1 and number 5 on this list of scoring. But ultimately, the committee voted to shortlist the first 3 companies to bring forward their best and final offer. And those companies were First Transit, MTM, and National Express. So they met and provided a best and final offer on the finances. And then the selection committee recommended that First Transit be awarded the contract for the next 5-year period. This next slide just shares with you a little bit about the scoring criteria for the RFP. And we wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of the different components. We're going to talk a lot about price today in this conversation, but the reality is that that's one portion and one component of the RFP and of the selection criteria that represents only 20% of the overall scoring. Experience and qualification is 25 points. Project approach is 15 points. Key personnel and operations, 15 points. Maintenance plan and facility, 15 points. Financial business stability, 10 points. And then price proposal at 20 points. And we shared with you some of the points that were received both in the financial and business stability, where each proposer earned the maximum of 10 points. You want to make sure a contract of this amount is a corporation that can handle a lot of the finances that are involved and have some level of establishment. And then the price proposal that you'll see some of the scoring that was provided that ranged from 20 to 16 points from the best to the last in that particular area. So that price proposal that we spoke about, we just put this together so you can see that component that represented 20% of this bid. First Transit, a bid $365 million, MTM $394 million, National Express $327 million, Super Nice $345, and MV $322 million. And then the best and final offer provided from those top 3, you can see in the next line, 354, 372, and 306, respectively, from First Transit, MTM, and National Express. Just, you know, from that period of time when that BAFO came in, the best and final offer, we had a protest that was in place by one of the companies that bid, MV. Ultimately, they dropped that protest, and that allowed us then, at the beginning of this year, around January, to go back and sit back down with First Transit, look at those numbers, and negotiate what we thought was, you know, we looked a little bit more closely at some of those numbers, so did they, and we were able to get down to the number that you see on our agenda item today, $329 million. It was a lengthy process. There was a lot of back and forth in doing that. There was a lot of number crunching and sharpening pencils, and I want to thank Lynn for her work in doing that, just because we dove in deep to each of the different components of some of the financial aspects of both the fixed and the and the variable costs related to that. And Lynn's going to go over that 5-year proposal for you.
So this slide shows the 5-year proposal totaling $329.5 million. This includes mobilization costs, as you see, which is paid out all in the first year to facilitate the transition of the service. That includes facility maintenance costs, hiring, as well as just the cost components with switching that service from 2 providers to 1. So that's all paid out $1.3 million in year 1. Fixed costs at $11.1 million. We have the dedicated variable costs, which is the actual revenue hours for the service. This number obviously fluctuates based on the service, the productivity, and demand that we can see change from a month-to-month basis. And so this component, based off of the way that we're able to be efficient and productive within how we deliver this service, we may see savings there. We also have the non-dedicated variable cost, which is the user lift component of this service, where eligible clients are able to utilize, and this comes at a lower cost for us than using the actual connection service vehicles, which runs us about $52 per trip. This one, we're able to actualize some savings there. So you'll see year 1 coming in at $56.6 million, year 2, $60.9, year 3, $66.1 million, year 4, $70.4, and then year 5 of the contract at $75.2 million. And the variable cost per revenue hour is the actual rate for every single hour of the service that we deliver.
So, Commissioners, just to kind of share with you in the perspective of you know, the dollars that are involved in some of the price proposal and the service we're providing, our current 12 months that we're in today, and in the agenda item, you can see that, is about $48.8 million for the service that we provided over the last 12 years. Now, obviously, that number is a little bit different because we bid it back in 2014, and then we've gone through a variety of some extensions that didn't necessarily adjust or reflect some of the market costs and some of the market changes that we've seen, and we'll get into that in a little more detail on the next couple of slides. But I also wanted to point out too, as we looked at the previous slide and some of the cost estimates that came in from each of the providers, one thing that we did and what Palmtran embarked on before we went out on this bid was we hired an independent consultant, WSP, who's done work for us in the past, to provide their analysis, their review of what they thought the cost should be for this type of service. And I will tell you that the prices that came in for each of the different proposers were sort of within that range of what those cost estimates we thought would be when we were getting bids for this. And the First Transit price that we negotiated is right within that range of where we thought that cost estimate would come out. So I just wanted to share on the financial component of that, the work on the front end that we did to just better understand what we might be facing come the next 5 years of this potential contract.
And the next slide just breaks that down. Obviously, the previous one was per year based on the contract, but for fiscal year, for us and how we do our budgeting, we'll see in fiscal year '24, this will cost us $24.3 million. That's just the last remaining 5 months of the fiscal year. In total this year, with the new contract, this service will cost about $54 million. But the 24 just shows what will be from this particular contract and the rates proposed. Fiscal year '25, 57.6, and then 63.1 in fiscal year '26, 67.9 in fiscal year '27, and 72.4 million in fiscal year '28. Fiscal year '29 is dramatically lower because that would be the point where we would go back out to bid on this contract. So this only reflects 7 months of the contract itself. It's important to note that this $329 million total is a not to exceed, meaning that in as much as we're able to find efficiencies within the system, kind of implement some of the recommendations that we've brought before you for this connection service, we're able to actualize savings and come under this 329.5. And that's what Lou's team and us at Palm Tran are working towards, how to make this service sustainable for the future. And that is our total fiscal year breakdown.
So I'm just going to go into some of the costs breakdown. Next, we'll do the next slide. So here's some of the things that contributed to the higher costs for this contract compared to the older contract. The first would be leasing a facility here in Palm Beach County is a lot different than the previous contract, with utilities, janitorial, everything pretty much going up. Also, we had added security requirements. About a year and a half ago, we had 30 or so catalytic converters stolen from one of the yards. So we have cameras and fences and all kind of good stuff in this one to keep our assets safe. Also, the management support, we did have additional costs for that, for labor in the county, as well as an administrative headcount. We have more supervisors in this contract than the previous, just to make sure we can respond to any accidents or incidents throughout the county. Also, insurance costs have gone up, and additional new maintenance equipment. So they have facilities that actually can do maintenance, like out in the Glades right now. We don't have the ability to do light maintenance. We will with this new contract. And then the next one is the variable cost. So the variable cost is what we can control in the hours. So that's the reimbursement for the actual cost for doing the services. Fuel, the cost was previously paid through as a pass-through in this contract. And the next one, we actually have the risk now is on First Transit. They're bringing that to us, so we can actually get the actual cost for the actual fuel. Operator compensation, obviously labor, we talked about that, has gone up. Subcontractor participation, by increasing the DBE requirement from 20% in this contract to 25% in the new contract, that added cost for additional businesses to deliver services. Did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so one of the things in terms of the DBE requirements for this contract, we negotiate with the federal government what those goals are based on some of the availability of service that we can provide in our local community, in our area. And in Palm Tran, you know, that requirement is one that's not just for this contract, but it is department-wide. So it's something that we meet for the department, and with a contract of this size, part of meeting that goal was increasing this, because we have a lot of subcontractors and work that we do in this particular contract. So therefore, increasing that to meet that agreed-upon goal with FTA was important for this particular item.
Yep. Now, one more thing, obviously, the insurance has gone up here. The vehicle insurance has gone up, so that line out went up. Also, the maintenance compensation and maintenance supplies. Our vehicle fleet is a lot older than it should be. We were unable to purchase replacement vehicles the last year and a half due to the shortages in chips and chassis. So we're right now replacing some of those vehicles now, so the maintenance for those vehicles has gone up.
Yeah, and just to touch on insurance, because I know that issue came up too in some of the discussions that we had individually with you. I mean, roughly to insure a vehicle of this type is about $3,000 a year. When you think about the sort of the size of the vehicle, who we're transporting on it, the potential for movement inside of those vehicles. So, you know, it's not cheap by any means, but sort of well within reason of what you might expect for a vehicle that's carrying multiple people, some who are have different levels of disability, older population, and just to kind of give you an idea in terms of what those particular costs are for this contract.
Okay, so the next slide just talks about the changes from the previous contract to this new contract. We talked about multiple providers, so we went with a single provider. This is to align with the industry best practice. Broward, Miami, Jacksonville, Orlando, they also have one provider. Also, our local ATU union was in support of this. So again, there's one provider with one benefit package, so that worked out well for them. The increase in DBE and SBE, we talked about that. We also changed from gate to gate. So gate to gate is when they leave their yard, they start getting paid. Right now, we do gate to gate. We're moving to first pickup or last drop off so that we can actually get paid for the first and last instead of them leaving the gate, going to a Dunkin' Donuts, hanging out, and all that. So we talked about the fuel pass-through. It provides an oversight in the fuel consumption and less vehicles that are idling. Also, the vehicle retirement decreased from 300,000 miles to 250,000 miles, just based on the operating experience that we have. 300,000 was just too high. And we also have the ability to use federal funding if needed, and the GoGlade service is included in this RFP.
Yeah, and just to put that in perspective too, our GoGlade service is about $1.5 million a year, $1.5 million. So over the course of this contract, that's not in it today. It's a separate contract that was ultimately combined with this particular item. So it kind of leads us to conclude on our presentation and open it for questions, but wanted to share just a few things. I mean, number one, we recognize that that this is a lot of money that is required in this particular area to serve, our population. But we're talking about some of our most, vulnerable in our community. We're talking about the elderly. We're talking about veterans. We're talking about folks that have a variation of different types of disabilities that are unable to drive. And we've got a population in Palm Beach County that is an older population, unlike a lot of other places. One of the things that Mr. Blaylock, I think, recognized when he first came in was just how unique our population was here in Palm Beach County, just how it was that we served these individuals. But one thing that we as staff recognize is that, in terms of the funding component of this and what we look at, we recognize that there are things that we can do internally as well. And we brought those to you, to the Board of County Commissioners, to look at different efficiencies. And you have given us that direction this past year to do that. You've asked us to look at, how we are scheduling to make sure that our efficiencies in terms of the number of people riding on those trips, that we can increase some of those. You've asked us to look at vehicles. You've asked us to look at, potentially some of the costs that are associated with the larger vehicles versus maybe doing some outsourcing and overflow work with the Uber, Lyft, and UServes. You've asked us to look at the eligibility assessments, which we have done, and we have done that component very successfully in terms of bringing those numbers down for those who are eligible to ride the service. It used to be that anytime somebody applied for this, we would just hit the yes button. Yes, 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 yes. Now we get a little bit more in depth, and it's actually helped out our riders a lot, because it's allowed us to have some meaningful dialogue and conversations with them, and to link them up with some other opportunities that they might not have been as comfortable with, but now are riding very successfully on some of those other operations besides paratransit. So we recognize the need to do that. This is a not to exceed amount that we're bringing to you in this particular contract. So certainly on those variable rates and those hour rates, we control that. And so as we work with First Transit on this particular contract, if that is the wish of the board, and as we work internally, we believe that there are some items that we can identify over these first 1 and 2 years and going into the contract that may help us out a little bit as we go forward, to try to recognize that we want to maintain a much more reasonable growth in this particular service, and also want to expose people to some of the options and other opportunities that are out there. So, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we appreciate your indulgence in this. We understand that this is a big contract that's coming to you, and we hope you understand, too, the timing and the timelines that we've been working under. This is coming to you today because we're trying to continue to transition this service for a May 1st start, and because of some of the protests, we were a little delayed in sitting down and doing some of those negotiations as those played out. But we feel like we have negotiated a very good contract for you for the service that's provided in this particular contract, and we would appreciate your support and approval of these items. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bonler. That was a very comprehensive and thorough presentation. I'm sure since this is a workshop, we probably have questions from members of the board before we have a number of cards. Commissioner Weiss, approximately how many cards do we have? 16 cards. If I may, you can either ask questions now for presenters, or you can wait, or you can do both. But I will give you the opportunity to ask questions now, and of course later on. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just want to go over a couple of the slides just to make sure I understand.
Sure.
Going into, I think, slide 7, you said that the first request for proposal was canceled. Can you elaborate more on the reason why the first and the second proposals were rejected or canceled?
Sure. Yes. So the first request proposal, only one company met all the minimum requirements, meaning that's a safety system plan, an EEO plan, just the fundamental things that were needed by and purchasing asked for. Only one company had all those things that were correct. So in the second one, we tried to correct that to say, okay, here's how to submit all these forms, here's how to submit everything. And in the second one, the facilities failed. So we felt as though in the proposal, it said that they needed a letter of intent upon award, and only one company had that letter of intent. They actually purchased their own building. The others did not have the correct documentation. Also, some of the facilities were non-existent. There was 2 barns, literally a barn, and there were a couple facilities that just didn't meet our requirements. And there was other things with the proposals that we were just not comfortable with this type of contract, as big as this is going to be, to move forward without a plan to have a facility for the vehicles just didn't go well. Now, I will say that the first and the second also had 2 providers involved too. So they asked for multiple providers, and then we did that industry day. That's why we went to the one single provider.
So we have these national companies, and basically you have one bid that goes out, and they cannot get it right. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's why we had that industry day. We wanted to bring everyone to the table to try and really hash it out to say, what can we do to get this forward? What do you guys not understand? What are we not putting in here so that everyone gets on the same page? And ultimately, we got that third one out.
And then so you did the second proposal, and they still couldn't get it right. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you did the third proposal in July of 2023. Like, why didn't you do all these things the first time? Like the industry day, all of that. Why didn't you do that the first time?
That wasn't the plan our previous director had, unfortunately. As we learned from these, then we did that industry day. It was also, we brought in the consultant, WSP, on I think the second request, after the second request, not before that. So that was the direction we were given.
Okay. Next question, I believe it's, let me make sure I get the right slide. So in regards to slide 10, you had the original bids from the 5 companies, and why didn't you go and get a best and final offer from all 5 companies?
Yeah, they want to take that.
Sure. So I actually have the points from
No,
the.
I'm saying you said you went and got best and final offer
Right.
from only
So-
3.
So the selection committee looked at the points that were scored from everything other than price. So the points for the first 3 was 592, 574 points, 580. Then the last 2 were down to 475 points and 426. We felt as though that the 4th and 5th responders did not understand the project as well as the first 3. So to have everybody do it, it didn't make sense to the selection committee. So we only had the first 3.
And I
Okay.
think it's important to also, if I may add, that because the price it's a small component of the overall, and so we have to look at what's going to make a difference. If all 5 companies bring in their best and final, will it make a difference to the outcome of the selection based off of the overall proposal? And so these top 3 companies were sort of close, so that when they are submitting their prices, we're able to make a decision that still would give us the outcome that we needed per the RFP.
Okay, so I'm looking at this proposal right now. So First Transit had an original bid of $365 million, and they submit a best and final offer for $354 million. And I'm looking at National Express. They submitted a best and final offer of $306 million. And then we've got MV, who submitted their original proposal at $322 million. And so you're presenting to us
Thank you.
for us to approve a $329 million contract when there was an offer for 322 or 306 that's in front of us. And then when I'm looking at this, your slide 11, we have an annual cost in the first year of $56 million. And then in year 5, it's going up to $75 million, which is close to $20 million increase from year 1 to year 5. And you want us to approve this contract for this much money with these increases. I know for me, like, I cannot approve this contract, and seeing these increases, I'd love to hear from the community to hear, but I think that this is just too much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did
And
you want to respond?
Madam Mayor, if you'd
Go ahead.
like, we
Sure.
could just briefly, Commissioner Bernard, and we appreciate that observation, trust me, because we've looked at these numbers, I think, with the same eyes that you do, and say, man, these are, big dollars that are in the transportation and transit world. And we look at it, too, the same way that we've looked at a lot of contracts, a lot of items that have become before this board over the last couple of years, where we've seen pricing that varies significantly from what we saw just 4 and 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago in that regard. One thing I would just say is that, in the process of scoring this proposal and looking at how the different providers came up with their dollar amounts, some of them used slightly different calculations on how they got to those points, right? So some that might be on the lower end used a little bit different variable in terms of getting to that number than others. And even on the slide 10 that we showed when we got to the best and final offers, where you had a National Express, for example, with a $306 million amount that they brought forward, that was submitted with what was a higher efficiency rate of passengers per hour than required under the RFP. So when we score this, we try to look at things apples to apples so that we're scoring them as closely as we can to understand what their pricing model is for the same type of service, as opposed to them changing a service to give them potentially maybe a better financial outcome of that. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's where you get some of that variation of some of the cost piece. And then on slide 11, when we talk about the fixed and the dedicated and non-dedicated variable costs, the one thing that when we look at those increases that you share, and yes, they do go up, I mean, and those are based on projections of ridership from year to year. And again, this is a not to exceed amount. And so as we look to the future, it's what is that projection? Do we expect that this is going to be a service that's going to yield fewer trips or more trips? And the way that we asked our respondents to price it is one based on a reasonable increase from year to year in the amount of those trips. So there is an opportunity under some of the variable costs that are listed here for some efficiencies to be built in, and for this number to be smaller than what we're looking at, as this is a not to exceed amount that we have going forward. So again, we're hopeful that some of the efficiencies that you as the board has asked us to go back, look at, and bring back to this board every step of the way, that we'll be able to work with you, with our provider, to continue to have a really sharp eagle eye on the bottom line of the numbers of this, and to look for as many efficiencies as we can. And I absolutely appreciate your observation on this, Commissioner. You know, these are numbers that we look at, and we want to control these as best as we possibly can.
Madam, I just want to.
Go right ahead. It's a workshop.
I know if you're saying that, you know, yes, we're going to take a look at these efficiencies, but if you're presenting to us from year 1 to year 5 almost a $20 million increase, that means that we will never get these inefficiencies. If we approve this, you know, we're basically giving the green light for you to basically increase it by $20 million from year 1 to year 5. What's the incentive to get these prices lowered?
Yeah. Madam Mayor and Commissioner, the incentive is that from an administration perspective, we understand the importance of keeping an eye on the bottom line of programs that we create. The incentive is that this Board of County Commissioners, and I will tell you, I mean, the words that this Board of County Commissioners has used over the last year in terms of our budget, and particularly in Palm Tran.
I understand, Todd, but
yeah.
What I'm trying to say is you're presenting this to us with a price increase every year we're going from $56 million to $75 million. That's a $20 million increase. If we approve this, then that means that we've signed a contract that we're going to, you know, approve $329 million. You know, so it should have been a different contract that shows that these efficiencies would take place. So
generally with these contracts and the ones that we've seen over the last 10 years, we have not actually met that not to exceed number. We have actualized savings over the last 10 years as we have been more efficient with the CEP that's been put in place. So we do actually see those savings. Now, this RFP was published.
Do we have those savings that you said we've had those savings?
Mm-hmm.
Where are those savings? And can you provide that to us so that way we know exactly?
Yep. Anything that we do not use goes back to the general fund. As you know, with Palm Tran, to our bottom line, we generally give back the general fund around $6 million a year. We do have the budget, but we do not actually exceed that budget that we get. And when I say give back, meaning, hey, our revenues with our expenses goes back to the bottom line. And the RFP itself was published back over a year ago. And so we did post the RFP based off of what we know and the trends that were happening with this service. Within the last few months, the board has approved us moving forward, but that, of course, was after the RFP itself was published. And so as we start implementing these changes, we do expect to see savings, but we do have to budget, because what we would not want is to come back to the board a year, 2 years from now if we're not able to implement these things as quickly to ask for more money on this contract. But we do not expect that we are going to meet this not-to-exceed amount. But again, the RFP was published over a year ago with the projected demand that we're seeing with this service. As you know, we provide above and beyond what we are required to do, but with the policy changes that the board has given us, we're tracking on moving those things back.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. So one of the questions I think I had mentioned when I had my one-on-one meeting was understanding the use by, stratifying the use by writer. How many trips are we providing in looking at, different levels, somebody who's using it once a month versus somebody who's using it every day, and what does that look like? I think that's really important to understand, and I'm sure you all have that information, but is that something you can address today?
Well, I think we can go back to that one slide where we see the usage. And if you look at it, actually, our number one trip purpose is employment. People are going 5 days a week for employment. When you go to dialysis, you're going life-sustaining, you're going at least 3 days a week. When you go to a sheltered workshop like the Palm Beach Hab Center or the ARC, Seagull, things like that, you're going every day. So what we found in the Connection Efficiency Project was we have less people that are qualifying for the service, but they take more trips than ever before. So they go to the senior center 5 days a week for meal sites. So when they use it, they use the service. Now, there are some that take onesie Tuesdays here to go to Publix and back, but the people that are in the audience that are here taking the trips, they go every day. They travel every day.
So, which then leads me to my next question then, which is, if I did this math properly, under the new contract, the operating costs are going to run at about $75 a trip, based on your last numbers that you provided to us. And if you can do two trips an hour, that's $150 an hour that's costing to operate this service.
We pay hourly, so that's one good thing. It's not per trip. So we do pay
But I mean,
hourly.
ultimately, it comes down to a per trip cost because it's the number of trips you guys did versus what the contract's calling for that we're going to have to pay.
Yep.
I mean, it's 70, and that doesn't include the capital cost, which is my third question. So now add in the cost of the fleet. What is that costing us a year?
Well, right now, we haven't, as Lou mentioned, really replaced our fleet over the last 10 years. We're just now starting to. The general fund contributes about $3.6 million as a transfer for the fleets. We do also get state funding as well as federal funding for the fleet. So within the last 10 years, we have not actually spent funds as far as the replacement of these vehicles. We're just now starting. I think we just put an order in to start replacing the fleet itself.
I understand, but you're not able to answer my question. What is the cost? What is the cost per year, the capital cost for us per year, in addition to the operating cost, to try and get to a total number of what this service is costing?
Right. I mean, the replacement is about $3.6 million a year to replace the vehicles. We purchased the vehicles back in 2015. It was $17.5 million to purchase the 240 vehicles at that time. And then throughout the years, we've replaced the vehicles when they hit their useful life.
So right now, based on the $330 million that's in front of us, plus that's $66 million a year, so it really goes up to closer to $70 million a year to operate this service. And so then your per trip cost goes up to, I'll have to do this, give me a second.
It's about 3.6 million. It's 3.6 million a year in terms of the replacement costs per year.
Correct. That's what I just said. So in your operating costs under the 329, I rounded it up to 330, is $66 million a year over the 5-year contract. So you add the 3.6, you're up to roughly $70 million a year. And if you take the 70 million and divide it by the 872, 939, it's up to over $80 a trip is what it's costing.
Well, and if you look at the proposal that we have on slide 11, this kind of shows you how that works. We have the variable cost per revenue hour that we have as we go from year 1 to year 5 of the contract. So you can see what that hourly cost is that's dedicated for that service as we move forward as well.
But I'm getting, that's your hourly cost, but if you're doing 2 trips an hour, you know, now you're up to $160 an hour is really what we're accomplishing. I mean, that's just, I share my colleagues' concern over the cost of this, and I'm wondering, you know, why we didn't put costs at a higher priority than 20%. I mean, because we've been operating this service with 2 providers over the course of a number of years now. And so clearly there's the knowledge of how to operate and do that has been demonstrated by multiple companies now within our county. And from what you showed, the only area I came up with on here where in your summary on page 9, where you denote any real difference was in the maintenance plan and facilities area. Everything else seems to primarily show them as being relatively close together. So if that's the case, shouldn't the price be the driver of this?
Well, one of the things that we found, Commissioner, and that's why we went out to an independent review on this, and we asked our consultant to tell us, what is the market cost right now? What is the market showing that the cost per hour that we can expect going into 2023 and 2024 is? That way we had a pretty clear idea of what that cost per hour is. So when I mentioned that the bids that came in and the cost that we had they were in line with what the market is showing. And we've had these conversations with our peers all throughout Florida and the country of what it costs hourly to provide the service. So the pricing piece of it is really not the bigger policy question from the overall service. The difficult questions that we have and the different things we explore are the service area. And we provide service to the largest service area in the country in terms of paratransit. And we serve it well beyond what the FTA guidelines say that we are required to do, and that's been a policy decision of the board. And this board has given us some direction to go back, look at that, look at some of those efficiencies in those areas, try some other types of services where we might be able to save money. But what we're finding too today is that U-Serve and Lyft aren't maybe as cheap as they were 5 years ago either, and are now in line with the price of what it costs to serve with our paratransit vehicles. So those aren't exactly the best alternatives, but still we can see some savings in some of those as well. So from a price perspective, we're right in line, if not less than, with this pricing of what the market says it's going to bear. It's just a question of how many trips that we do a year and working through some of those particular efficiencies to see if, one, we can get maybe more riders on a particular hourly vehicle that's out, and create some more efficiencies that way. And then also look for some of our partners. The issue of schools came up in who we provide service to, both in post-secondary and K through 12, or high schools, working with some of those partners to see if we can provide some partnerships there on the funding side to help offset some of the costs we're incurring because of that ridership.
But if we're able to deliver the service, the 872,000 or 873,000 rides a year, if we're able to do that and we can save a couple $1 million a year in providing the service, that's a couple $1 million a year, and that's real money. And over the life of the contract, that's $10 million, which is allowing us to provide another service in the county for something else. I mean, we're struggling to pay for so many different things, housing and food, and we're going to hear about food in just a minute. And if there's a way to squeeze the price down, I think it's incumbent upon us to try and do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. I know, Commissioner Baxter, you've had your light on, but I'm going to recognize our county administrator first. Ms. Baker,
I can. I will
you defer
the
to Commissioner Baxter? Go right ahead, Commissioner Baxter.
I've heard repeated the not to exceed, and that we came under that by 6 million, and then whatever usually approximately.
Yes, so the question was, where did those savings go whenever we have, we don't meet that not to exceed? The 6 million is not necessarily for the paratransit contract. We're saying as a whole, the PalmTran department, we see a savings of about $5 to $6 million a year from what we're actually budgeted.
Forgive me, but I understood.
Yeah.
So that 6 million going back into general fund. If it is going back into the general fund, then how come every year we seem to get an increase in the overall budget of what we're asked to approve with PalmTran? That's my question.
Well, this coming year, hopefully we will not have an increase. That's the commitment that we made to the board when we brought you those efficiencies. And so we're working towards that. And we just submitted our fiscal year 25 budget, and we have a decrease in the ad valorem funding. So we're proud to say that we're hearing you and we're making those changes. As far as the savings going back to the general fund, every budget year we budget new. And so we have these based off of projected costs, and then that will fall back to the bottom line, and budget and administration will kind of, go through and budget again for the next fiscal year. It doesn't go back to us, but we do budget from year to year. But just to say that we do internally make sure that we are not just spending based off of what's budgeted, but what is actually needed on a day-to-day basis.
My next question, if you
Go
don't
right
mind, I
ahead.
have a
It's a
few, Mayor.
workshop.
Who was asking for the single provider?
So the real direction was from our previous director. He wanted to go with the single provider to align with Miami and Jacksonville and Orlando and Broward. But also through that industry day, when we had that conversation, all of the vendors wanted that single provider. Also, as I said, the ATU was excited about that too. So they didn't have two different benefit packages and labor and training. So that's why we went to one provider.
I know in my experience, specialties can be a useful tool. And just trying to get it all into one, doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense when individual companies may do something better than the other because they specialize in it. So I'm concerned about who's asking, right, for just that single provider. And then my next question was, did the RFP spell out any service, what we were requesting and what if we wanted to see in there? Was that in the RFP?
Yes.
And Todd, could you just list a few of those? You said them briefly, or whomever,
Sure.
of what those increases were in services?
Yep. We have a slide on that too that I can maybe pull up for you real quick. So we wanted the facility was really important to us, as I said, a better facility than they had now, more secure, cameras, all that. So that was one thing. Also additional management support. We realized in this contract we didn't have enough road supervisors. Like we had an accident yesterday. We have close to 288 vehicles out there. So sometimes my own staff has to go out instead of the providers because we just don't have enough people. So we put in for management support, the administrative headcount, obviously. What we asked for a service of about 80% dedicated work and 20% non-dedicated. That non-dedicated is the U-Serve, which is a ADA overflow. U-Serve is like an Uber and Lyft, but they have drivers that have background checks and that have the same type of training that our paratransit drivers do. So
we have some customers that prefer that rather than going to like a Lyft or Uber, which they're not comfortable with. So we have a lot of customers that haven't yet moved off to that non-dedicated yet because they just don't trust it yet. They'd rather ride within the Palm Trans Connection service. So that was a big component, making sure that they brought that solution. Also technology. We have some technology that is that is proposed by several of the RFP proposers with new technology that the county doesn't have to purchase. So one component was something where our Trapeze scheduling software can talk to the Uber and Lyfts and software. That's about a $300,000 component that we didn't pay for, but they're bringing it with them instead of paying it straight through Trapeze. And it's easier to get that done. It's easier for them to bring that technology to us. So it's technology, and we laid out all the things that was important to us. You know, really, it's our customers, right? Yeah.
That, which is amazing, additional services, but what we had discussed coming back and negotiating pricing. Did anyone ever ask if the lowest bidder could maybe negotiate services and come back and meet those services that we were asking for at that price?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, we negotiated based on the process, right? So just like any RFP and bid that we have, right, there's a process that you go through and you adhere to if you want to, remain compliant through that process. So we started off with an RFP on this third round. We had all those components in it. We went through the bidding. We recognized that there were certain proposals that were more in line with what the RFP called for than others, and just take price out of it for a moment. I mean, all of some of those other components and then adding price to it based on what they were bidding on. And then we sort of followed procedure. We went down to those top three, as Lou indicated, and then we took our top one after we were able to sit down and negotiate even more, and we got down to a price that was really kind of in line with sort of your low bids from the initial bid that came out amongst those providers. So I think we feel that we remained true to the bid process. We negotiated in good faith, and we worked very closely, with purchasing and legal to make sure that we were able to do it in line to bring you back what we thought was a very defensible and very good deal on all components from the scoring perspective, both from the understanding of what we were asking for to the pricing piece of it. And we think that at the end, we ended up with a really, good price, knowing in our minds what the market price was bearing based on those independent analysis that we had done for us, and we knew what that cost was going to be in it. I think the next piece of this is how we continue to work on the efficiencies, right?
Well,
and
excuse
that's,
me, Todd.
at least from the direction of the BCC.
You do an amazing job answering full and completely.
Stop me anytime.
Thank you for that.
Can I add one more thing? Just, okay, sure.
Well, I
course.
don't know if you are or not.
Oh, I don't know.
It's up to the commissioner on her questions. Go right ahead, Commissioner
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, Lou, there was one
Just
thing.
one, for those that have been around for a long time, I do want to set the stage too. In 2012, we did go out for an RFP, and it was based on price more so than anything else. And the provider we got, it was horrific, okay? We actually had to terminate their contract because it was so bad and come back and do an emergency bid to get the two providers that we have now, actually. So it's also, we're also very careful when we, this service is so important to the community, obviously, and I know everyone respects that, but we also wanted to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So just wanted to say that.
Lou
It'll
took my
actually-
points.
I'm sorry.
That's perfect for my next question, and where I was getting at was, we have this sheet on page 9 that lays out our point system, and price isn't everything. I will agree to that all day long. But at the end of the day, we, the board, have been pretty consistent on wanting to save money, especially when it comes to Palm Trans. So knowing that, I would say that, to Commissioner Weiss's point, I think maybe 20% is a little low for what we were trying to get at. Again, not that that's everything, but that's a significant part of this. I have a few more things, but I do believe we have cards, so I will.
We have a number of cards. You want to wait until
I will wait
afterwards?
until we
Very
hear
good.
from the public and.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Administrator, you're recognized.
Simply wanted to follow up on a couple of comments that were made. You know how I am about the budget, so I had major hives when Todd brought this information, and a lot of the questions that you're asking has been asked thoroughly, delving into the nitty-gritty details and weeds on this particular proposal. It still concerns me. This is not sustainable. This level of service is not sustainable, not the way that we're giving it today. And so we've got to have a contract in place. At the end of the day, we're going to need a dedicated funding source for Palm Trend if we're going to continue along this line. The current service we provide today is very expensive, and it is only going to grow because our population continues to grow. And as the chart pointed out, it breaks down those particular ones. We go above and beyond, as been stated, of what the feds actually require, because our boards in the past have wanted that. However, when we're looking at who we should select to provide these services, it is clear that it just cannot be on dollar amounts, and Lou kind of laid that out. I was here when that occurred. However, how much it costs is a major factor in it. But the levels of service, the customer service, will they have all of the facilities they need in order to provide the appropriate services are key, and that is how we laid it out in our proposal. When we put an RFP out on the street, we, and I require staff, follow that RFP. You don't throw anything else in there that wasn't asked. Sometimes I have to bring things to you that I don't necessarily agree with the outcome. However, if it followed the process, then that's a board decision once we make sure that it's followed the process. This particular one, the third time was the charm. It did follow the process. So we don't go back and allow someone to resubmit their bid proposals once we're done. Once it's closed, it's closed. The only thing we do is we go back and ask for a final and best offer. And we don't do that on every single RFP. There's only a few that we do that on. We also looked at our comparable counties to see how their service was being run. This board often asks us, what are, Miami-Dade, which we're really not comparable to Miami-Dade because they have more funding sources than we do. But our other, Broward, Pinellas, Orange, et cetera, we went back to look at that. So I just wanted to make sure that the board was very, that you understood. I heard you loud and clear. We're going to continue to look at our processes to see how we can streamline this, be more cost efficient in the process, but yet provide the level of service that you expect us to provide to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker, Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I know for me, it's just that, like, I'm looking at slide 10, where, the selection committee sent out, to the 3 finalists for their best and final offer. And, one comes at $354 million, one comes at $372 million, one comes at $306 million. And we have a negotiated price of $329 million. For Palm Trend staff and administration to just bring this to us and want us to approve a $329 million when, there are lower amounts that could have been negotiated. So I just don't think that we should, sign this contract, approve this contract when there are other better offers for us to provide the services to our residents.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a couple of concerns before we move on to the cards. It seems to me, and Mr. Bonlair and your staff's done an amazing job. I think another commissioner's already remarked on that. It seems to me there's 2 main issues here. One is the processes and the amount of money that are part of these processes that we as a county government look at before we decide. The second I think is an issue that I'd like to ask today at this point, and that is this the most efficient way that we can transport someone from A to B? And I think a commissioner brought up the amount of money that it costs us to take a passenger from A to B. Now, we've got a great country. We've got these algorithms that are able to see if a passenger wants to go from A to B, and there's Uber and Lyft out there, and they're, God knows how they do it, but you can get, I can get an Uber and, usually within 10 minutes, wherever I am. And I think that we need to review why it is that somebody can pick up the phone and say, I really want to, I missed the school bus. Can I get to school? Could you pick me up? All right. Because it appears, and please correct me if I'm wrong, on page 4, we have the various trip purposes that folks will take. Now, Uber and Lyft costs money, and the amount is determined by algorithms as to where they're going. It's not who they are. That's what government does. We take care of our most vulnerable. But they have the most efficient way to go from A to B. So it appears to me that we're taking, now we don't charge people for these services, right? We do. Now, are there different costs for recreation? Are there different costs for folks who have to get to dialysis? Life-sustaining? I think maybe we should review that, because if somebody wants to go to college, and that's wonderful, they're going to one of our state college, FAU, whatever it is, there's a cost to go, and that cost should be determined by the purpose of the trip, rather than somebody who is developmentally delayed or has a disability where they cannot drive. And they need us. So the folks who are going to recreation maybe should help pay for those who cannot drive. I think this is something that we need to look into. Also, and I haven't heard anything about this, federal, state partnerships and private partnerships. We have daycare centers here that charge a lot of money, private. We have, we have a lot of adult centers here, and they have their own buses. I know, because I represent a number of them, and there's others throughout the county. So maybe, and maybe you have already looked at, excuse me, sir, but I think you live in a group home, or you live in an area where you're a private provider that you pay for, or the federal government pays for, provides you with a van to get to Publix or to get to your medical needs. So I would like to see that, and this could go over later on after we go through a couple of cards. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I came in on the tail end of this deal and asked the same kinds of questions that you're asking, because I've seen this all over the country. And one of the good news that you have in your county is that Palm-Tran is responsible for the scheduling. And when I started to ask all the questions to the staff, same questions you're asking, why are you transporting people from ARC when they have their own vehicles? Why are you transporting people from the charter schools? And why are you transporting people from these different locations? And they clearly told me, said, well, we're the county, and this is what we are required to do. I said, now, in my experiences, we've had to live within the 3/4 mile of the ADA rules, and then the state provides funding through the TD funding, and then I'm told that we are exceeding that, we're doubling that amount that we're receiving for those services. So I had to back up in terms of, because what I had been asked to do is to take a good look at this and see where we could reach some savings, because I was alarmed to see these big numbers, and but then when I saw the independent estimate analysis that was done, then I thought, okay, that's pretty reasonable, and I saw the different cost ranges between the companies. The comfort that I had is when the staff made me understand that this is a cost not to exceed. And I said, well, okay, then that gives me some room, because then we have talked about the efficiencies. And I do honestly believe that there are some ways to bring this thing in the home. I think it's not sustainable. I think we're going to have to look at the policies in terms of how we are providing the service and who we're providing the service to, and whether or not they're going to be a partner to this effort. But I also realized that I had to come to terms that I can't do this overnight, because I really just started to get into this. But I think your points are well taken. But it is very costly to live in Palm Beach County. I happen to have a small place here. It costs me $2,000 a month, and it's but at any rate, it is very costly. But it's a beautiful city, and I do think you have some real opportunity. The other thing that I looked at is the RFP itself, and compared to where they are now and what was requested. I mean, they doubled in terms of supervisory monitoring of the service on the street. They didn't have that. So all those things cost. I looked at the recruitment of the operators and being able to sustain those employees. And, all over the country, Amazon, they're stealing these people left and right. So that is a competitive market you have to look at. And then, of course, the cost of space is, they got 4 locations identified in this RFP. And that's costly. So, but yeah, so I did the same thing. I twist and turn, and I said, boy, this is, but I do believe very strongly that we can bring this in. But the comfort I had is that what you're asked to approve today is a not to exceed amount. And then you can hold us accountable, quite frankly. I mean, I've been here 4 times, and I have to, have somebody lead me in. And do you really want me to go in there? But, but I do respect the fact of what you're asking, and I've had the experience of seeing this all over the country. If you put this out for bid, I can bet you down to donuts that you wouldn't get any numbers. If you get a number cheaper, as Lou said, and I've seen that too, where you get lowballed and you get substandard service. You'd literally have to hire an army to do daily inspections to ensure that the contractors are doing and carrying out the work appropriately. I've seen them steal tires. I've seen them run tires to the ball. I've seen them not change the fuel. I've seen all kinds of situations out there where they're not being held accountable. So what is it? You pay for what you get, right? Okay. So, at any rate, I just think that your points are well taken. And I've been asked to look. And so this is an independent opinion, because I'm only here for a few more days, okay?
Where are you going?
But, well,
You're not going
somebody.
But I
Madam Mayor,
appreciate that very much.
If I could just, to your specific points, just
Right.
very briefly, is this the most efficient way to transport
isn't.
somebody from A to B? In some cases it is, and in some cases it's not. And that's why in this contract we did a variable rate that was both for dedicated and non-dedicated, because we know that sometimes we have to transport somebody from Pahokee to Boca to go to visit a doctor, right? And that person needs to get on that vehicle in a wheelchair, or sometimes they can walk on it in the morning, and by the time they leave the doctor's office they can't, so we need a lift to get them back on there. So those types of transports, whether you think it's efficient or not, that's the best way to transport somebody over a 2,400 square mile. But we've built in that non-variable for the U-serves, for the lifts, so that we can go and look at, when we schedule, how we can most efficiently use those kinds of services, still curb to curb, but with maybe a method that might be a little more affordable. Can we charge people different rates? No, we can't. When you deal with the ADA and the Americans with Disabilities Act and the federal government, and our attorney will chime in, I'm sure, on that, and you start treating folks differently when you're providing that same service, you can't. We charge $350 a route. What we can do is we can increase that fare to the maximum allowable, which is $4. It's double what our fare that we charge for fixed route. That's what's allowable under the law. We can't do different pricing for whether you go somewhere for whatever reason, because somebody's trip to go to the park might be a health-related trip for them the same way it is to go to a doctor's office. And then in those partnerships that you spoke about, first off, thank you for allowing us to use federal funding in this particular contract. We've not used that before. So that's one partnership that we've been able to utilize. On the state side, we've gone after state funding year after year after year on trying to get appropriations for additional dollars back. We do get some state funding, a little over $3 million a year for our TD that's part of this, but we will continue to seek that out. And privately, when we look at our education facilities and the school board, I mean, Ms. Baker and I have had some some conversations. Mr. Forbes previously had a number of conversations with the school board, some of the charter schools, and working on some of those partnerships. We do have some today, but I agree with you. We need to grow those even more because they need to be funding partners at the table with us on the cost of
Thank you,
this.
Mr. Bernard. What I said, there's two different issues, and we can get into more detail later after the cards. One is the processes, and the second is the purpose of who we serve. And you did say that when people call, there's somebody who decides whether or not they can take another type of transport. So I think we need to look into that a little bit more because the county, and it's expensive, and it shouldn't be this expensive on taxes. Well, we might have to tax for dedicated transportation infrastructure costs because of this type of, and that's why we're all very concerned about it, as you are, but we are very concerned about it. And one of the issues is if people are going to recreation, I'd like to know who it is who answers that phone that says, ma'am or sir, where are you going? Or are you going to school? Did you get your school bus? Are you coming from a certain senior center? We know you have buses there. Can this wait? So, and we can explore that at the end of these cards. So we're ready for, we have a number of cards. And Commissioner Weiss is going to take care of the cards. I'm going to ask Commissioner Mac Bernard. He's pretty tough on that time. So be aware, y'all have 3 minutes. A lot of what you can say can be said in less. So we're going to go ahead and start with the cards with Commissioner Weiss. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'd like to invite up Charles John, Melody Moore, it looks like Webster Silvestri, and then, I'm going to butcher this name, it looks like, is it Kenold or Keenold?
Ma'am, you can come right up over here.
You live on, well, I can't even read your road either. You're in Lake Worth.
You're in Lake Worth. All right, if you're from Lake Worth, sounds like your name. Come on up.
I apologize.
All right. Sir, you are recognized. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Good morning. I'm Charles G. Driver for MV since 2007 to now. And what I want you to recognize, in 2012, MV was here, but the service wasn't with one company. It wasn't good. They have to call MV back in 2015 to cover the mess. So I want you to recognize MV in the process for this new contract. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Melody Moore.
Go right ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Melody Moore. I am the owner of More Cars LLC. We've been in business for 20 years. We've had a relationship and worked with First Transit from the beginning of this current contract, 2015. I am a resident of Palm Beach County, as are all of my employees. We started out with 12. We now have 29 employees. I have such a wonderful relationship with Transdev, Palmtran, and have for a while. So much so that when we started this contract, they lent my company money to buy our first piece of equipment in 2014, 2015. We've been doing it, let me just say this. We detail every vehicle that goes out every single night. So if there's 15, we detail 15. If there's 115, we do. We worked through COVID. We had not any issues with vehicles and the issue with COVID. So finally, I want to say this. I love the people that we work with, Kelly and his whole team. We have a really good relationship, and my company is ready to vamp up for this new contract beginning of May 2024. So,
What's the name of your company again?
my company name is More Cars LLC.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Webster Silvestri. I have been driving for MV Transportation since 2015. MV has a provide for me and my family. This is why I am stand before you today, asking you to please don't make the drivers and the community repeat 2012. If you don't know, it was horrible. When the commissioners before this stuff and exactly went to one company. We couldn't pick up on time. The client were mad. Some were left behind. Then they call MV back because the service was just that bad. We pick up a lot of people. Palm Beach County is a very big, it's large. With 2 companies now, we are running behind the schedule. So please, don't go back 2012 when it was one company and it wasn't a pleasure to pick up clients because the service just was bad. I would love to let you with this word. If you recognize the work of my company as MV was helpful, useful, let us put our hands together for a progress, for a great community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, we're going to have some more cards. Just 1 second, sir.
I'm going to, after, and I think it's Kenold, and then after that is going to be Nikki Frenny, followed by Robert Hatchett, followed by Sarant Jean-Paul.
Could those folks come on? Couple over here? Is anybody here whose name has been called? Very good. Can I have 2 over here? And you could come over here if you want. And one other, so I want 2 here and 2 here. Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioner. Yeah, I was driver for MV in 2005. In 2012, MV left. When MV left, something the guy tried to say it was a disaster. And one company, one provider, a lot of problem. In 2015, they call MBY back again, because it was a lot of problem. Late pickup, you know, that's very, you know, people really need a ride, depend on us. When you come in late to pick up these people, you feel real bad, like a driver. It was very bad this time. When they call MBY back in 2015, everything come on track. So I see this is one provider, it's gonna be, I don't want the same thing repeat again on 2012. So that's it, pretty much I would to say.
Thank you. Nikki Frenny, followed by Robert Hatchett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Nikki Frenny, Vice President of Client Relations for MV Transportation, and a proud Muck baby who was born and spent my formative years in the wonderful waterfront metropolis of Pahokee. Today I stand before you representing MV, deeply disheartened that our long-standing partnership with Palm Train Connection is not recommended for continuation. Over the years, MV Transportation has not merely fulfilled our contractual obligations, we have wholeheartedly committed to going above and beyond, ensuring that the Palm Train Connection service remains reliable and accessible. Our dedication to Palm Beach County and its residents is woven into the fabric of our operations. A testament to our commitment is a heartwarming story involving the Go Glade service. Our drivers came across a family of 5 with 3 small children making a very dangerous trek from South Bay to Belle Glade on foot. As you all know, there's not many sidewalks out there. Although this family was eligible for connection services, the absence of car seats for their children stood as a barrier. Our owner, Ms. Faison Lottie, the owner of MV Transportation, and MV will be 50 years old next year. Sorry, I lost my place. Personally purchased the necessary car seats so the family and others could use the service. This gesture is not just an act of kindness, but a reflection of MV's ethos, to care deeply and act promptly to meet the needs of the communities we serve. Further illustrating our commitment, and as a native of the Glades, I played a very, very pivotal role in our engagement with those communities. During the development of the Go Glades service, my unique understanding of the community's pulse was instrumental. At the request of former Palm Tran Executive Director Clinton Forbes, who we grew up together in the transit industry, we knew each other for a very long time. I led a series of meetings and community outreach efforts in Belle Glade and Pahokee, addressing concerns about the service changes. My innovative approach to include the community through a service naming contest demonstrates our dedication not just to serving, but also to involving the community in meaningful ways. If you all remember, we did a naming contest in the Glades for the Go Glades service. Our collaboration with Palm Tran has extended far beyond the operational scope. We've built a family atmosphere here. I know I don't have much time, so the changes, including the changes in the contract, including an increased reliance in TNCs, are very familiar to the cost-saving ideas we initially proposed. But we were told by the evaluation committee and the Palm Tran staff that those ideas, born out of our nearly 20 years of experience in Palm Beach County, were out of the scope, and thus we were scored low. It's indefensible that the very ideas we proposed but were criticized for were later adopted to make the recommended bid viable. First Transit, or Transdev's initial bid, as you all saw, was $365 million. MV's was $322. Now First Transit's proposed cost is $329.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it. Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning. I'm Robert Hatchett, Senior Vice President, MV Transportation. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to pick up on where Ms. Freeney left off with respect to the RFP. The RFP specifically called for a service that was 80% dedicated vehicles, 20% non-dedicated vehicles. And as Todd pointed out earlier, there was a 100-point variance between the highest score and the lowest score. And MV was in fact scored the lowest. And the reason we were told that we were scored the lowest is because, number one, we didn't understand the project. And when we asked, why do you assume we didn't understand the project, it was because you used nearly 40% of the service on non-dedicated vehicles, meaning you proposed companies like Userve, Silveride, and TNCs to get to a more effective and efficient cost basis, and that's not allowed. You can only do 20%. 80% must be on Palm Tran vehicles. So as Nikki alluded to, you can imagine how disheartened we are to be here today and hear savings being touted that can be achieved by using non-traditional Palm Tran vehicles. So how can the RFP structure deem one firm non-compliant, i.e. ranking us last, and allow another firm to use the same RFP guidelines during a 4-month period while you're negotiating along with staff to get to a price close to MV's price of $323 million? It's not just unfair to MV, it's unfair to all bidders, including National Express, whose BAFO price was $307 million. So, for this board's consideration, there are multiple bids that were $30 to $50 million lower than what has been selected. And in addition to that, I take exception to, respectfully, the notion that some of the lower estimated bids were because they don't understand the service. We've operated here for 2 decades. We understand the service. And that's why we took liberties per the RFP allowed guidelines to add more non-dedicated service because we were focused on the funding challenges this county has as it relates to transportation and the opportunity to go outside of the box and propose a solution that's more cost-effective long-term by using a non-traditional model. And so that's what we did. I'm very proud of what we offered, and price may have only been 20%, but it wasn't our only consideration. We considered it more heavily than that.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jean-Paul Sorant. I am very privileged this morning to stand before you on behalf of MV 254 drivers and staff. We all know the importance of the service that we provide in Palm Beach County for people with disability. They utilize this service for doctor's appointment, hospital, churches, and else. I have been with MV since 2005. 2005 and 2012, this contract has been put in bid, but MV has been rejected. They issued that contract to one provider. That provider could not do the service. It was very chaotic in Palm Beach County. Everybody that lives in Palm Beach County know about that. So they have to call Palm Trend. You guys, commissioners, you have to call MV again to fix that mess that's been done to the other provider. We encourage all commissioners today to take wise decision to keep both providers to this service. I heard that when I heard Palm Trend submitted the budget, it may be working in Orlando with one provider. But in Palm Beach County, we have tried, was not working. I encourage you strongly, as I'm a voter, and we are a voter in Palm Beach County. We want you to work for our residents, for the good sake of our residents, and keeping both providers to do the service so we could do a better job to our residents in Palm Beach County. We thank you and thank you.
Thank you, sir. We can hear some more. Commissioner Weiss?
Yep.
Go right ahead.
We're going to have Derek, looks like Breen, followed by W.C. Phil, followed by Derek Bruce, followed by Kelly Gordon.
Okay, just 1 minute, sir. Okay, good. If we could have all four, 2 at each side. Very good. Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Yes, my name's Derek Bruin. I'm a VP with TransDev. We own First Transit. I've been with the company for 19 years. We're really looking forward to this transition. We've already started with actually looking at some of the fleet based on the extension language. I've done lots of startups throughout my decades with the company. We did Portland startup, their paratransit, Lansing, Michigan, Rockland, New York. We have an entire performance team that's ready to go. If y'all make a positive decision today related to transitioning fully to First Transit, and we're just looking forward to getting started. We have all the different departments ready to go, and we'll do a great job for you as we progress.
Thank you. I have one question for you.
Sure.
Is your company a Florida-based corporation?
Our corporate offices are in the U.S. or in Chicago. We are our international offices are in Paris.
In Paris?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Thank you for recognizing me. My name is W.C. Peel, and I'm Senior Vice President of Business Development with First Transit, TransDev Company. On behalf of our company, we appreciate you, this body, considering the staff recommendation of us today. We've been your partner for 10 years, and our team is rooted in this community and has been serving this community proudly for all of that time. In our opinion, of course, your staff has run a very fair and open procurement, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. We were excited to be one of the 5 bidders that was able to participate in this procurement, and then we were excited to move on to that 3rd stage, where only 3 bidders were qualified to submit a best and final offer, and that was was us and First Transit, MTM, and National Express. And then, of course, further excited to be selected as the staff pick. We have the highest technical score. We were not the highest price. And our final negotiated price is within that independent cost estimate that the outside consultants did take a look at to be within the bounds of what pricing looks like today. We have 100 years of experience and currently operate paratransit services all around the United States of similar size and scope, from New York to Baltimore, Washington, D.C. to Houston, Chicago, where our headquarters is, Oakland, San Francisco, Tampa, and Orlando here in Florida. For the employees in the room, I hear your concern. I was a bus driver myself. It's how I started in this business. We're ready to welcome all of the current employees from MV with open arms, and their wages and benefits will only improve with us, so I don't want them to worry about that. The ingredients are in place for a smooth transition with minimal impact. As Derek mentioned, we have a lot of experience doing that. And we're one of your current incumbents. We perform well. We're meeting the expectations of staff and the community today. Quality will not falter if you give us the rest of the service. I hear fears of the past before we were part of your solution. We don't believe those fears would happen again. I do also just want to comment for a quick second on the process itself. With all due respect, I think it's important to note this process has been going on since 2022, and as you've heard from the independent cost estimate, the cost of everything in this great county does cost a lot more these days, and our price did take those into account, especially with the multiple facilities, having the right wages and benefits so we don't lose our employees to other vendors in the area that will be hiring them away. We want to keep that amazing experience to help this vulnerable community. The RFP was put out with very clear rules. We followed those rules. In fact, in the end, only two companies followed those rules, and that was First Transit and MTM, because, as you heard, National Express's BAFO was also qualified outside those rules. So your staff followed those rules in selecting us. We're very proud to be recommended, and this kind of a procurement, the FTA, the federal funders, and the local government will audit to make sure everything was done appropriately. And I think also, just to finish up, many of the things you're discussing today are policy changes. We would be happy to be your partner to work with staff to help minimize those costs in the future.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Sir, state your name, and you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Derek Bruce, and I am with the Gunster Law Firm. And I represent Transdev also in this situation, First Transit. I want to comment a little bit on the process that was followed. In particular, we've heard a lot today about price, and price is absolutely important. But I want to differentiate between the process where price is everything versus where price is one component of that to be considered. Your staff, as you heard, went forward with a request for proposals. And the process that follows, price is one component of what's considered. In an invitation for bid situation, that's where price is your only or predominant factor. In other words, if you can provide the good or service, if your price is the lowest one, you get the work, period. That's good for when we're talking about widgets or hammers or providing t-shirts. But when you're talking about providing service to the most vulnerable population in Palm Beach County, I submit that a myopic focus on price is not proper, and that is what your staff went forward with. They went forward with an RFP that had a number of components to it, of which price was one. And we've heard from MV Transportation talking about the delta in price. That, and you saw that it received higher scores in the process based on it having submitted a lower price. And that difference of over 100 points that you saw in the scoring was even in spite of the higher score that MV Transportation received as a result of having offered a lower price. And it was still deemed not appropriate to move forward to the BAFO round of discussions with the county and the county staff. And given the percentage of this evaluation that price was to constitute, there was no way that over 100-point delta was going to be made up during the BAFO process, even had MV Transportation come with a lower price. What you got here, and we submit that frankly, the protester knew that because MV did protest the decision from staff. That was evaluated and rejected by the county. And then MV, rather than follow your process that's laid out in the code of going to a special master to appeal that process, they didn't do it. Instead, they sent letters and chose to come here to focus exclusively on price. We went through extensive negotiations with your staff. This is a not-to-exceed number that we're confident, having had intense negotiations with your team, that will be passed along going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those comments. Sir, if you could state your name, but before you do, Commissioner Weiss has some more cards.
Yep.
Just 1 second.
So after Kelly Gordon is going to be Shannon Borst, Drew looks like Merritt, and then Carmenita Mitchell.
If those folks could come forward and stand in front, we'll proceed. Sir, state your name. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gordon. I am your current general manager for First Transit on the south portion of the contract. I've been in transportation for about 10 years. Started off as a dispatcher and quickly got into management, focusing on different modes of transportation on the East Coast, so all the way from New York all the way down to Florida. I'm originally from South Florida in Broward County and reside in Palm Beach now. My team is pretty much ready to get everything started and to move forward with taking over the entire contract. We already have the half of it, and we look forward to the opportunity to manage the entire thing and provide the best service that Palm Beach County deserves. We work closely with our DBEs and also our other community organizations, Lighthouse of the Blind, More Cars, as you've already met, MDB Services, People's Transit, so on. We just look forward to being able to work with you guys in the future. We'll continue to work with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Ma'am, state your name. You're
My
recognized.
name is Shannon Borst, and I work with TransDev First Transit. I'm Director of Business Development. I've also been with the company for 26 years, started out as a bus operator. My previous role, I was a Director of Operations that had direct oversight for this contract for First Transit. So we have partnered for a long time. We have an excellent working relationship. We were instrumental in bringing in the Lyft and U-Serve to the service, and we're going to be looking to expand that in the new contract. So we're very versed and have established relationships with those vendors. We're also bringing some new technology to the contract to help Lou and his staff to improve those efficiencies we talked about to help reduce costs. So we're really excited about bringing that on board. We also have the experience and the relationships with the communities, as you heard from Kelly and you've heard from Derek, our RVP. We're on board to make this transition as smooth as possible, and we look forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Ma'am, tell us your name. You're recognized.
It's me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good day. Mayor Sachs, Commissioners, Madam Administrator.
I'm sorry. Hold that moment.
Okay.
Just hold on. Sir, go right ahead. Could you, Commissioner Weiss, could you state his
Merritt.
name? Sir, you're recognized. Yes, sir, you're on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my name is Drew Merritt. I really, first of all, want to just say thank you. I really am really impressed with the service. My rides are on time. I love the U-Serve. The drivers are great. They don't get lost. At Christmas time, I had 3 jobs. I have 2 now. I have never really been late for work, always been on time. And I'm very happy with, the only thing I just don't want to see is cuts. I would like to move forward with this contract. I don't really like MV. I don't think they do the best job like TransDev. They don't, I asked drivers about the U-Serve at MV. They never heard of it, and I was never a big fan. And if it is one provider, Metro's gone, so it's a much better provider. I heard very good things. Nicole used to work there, and Nicole works there still now, and I really like the easy wallet thing, so I'm very happy with what's going on. I just hope that I just don't want to see cuts. I'm very thankful for the holidays, and I think we're going to do very well with TransDev. I'm not really worried, so I just appreciate what you do, and I hope you continue to do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming today.
Carmencita.
Now,
Okay, now it's me.
you are recognized.
Okay.
Tell us your name.
Carmen Sita Mitchell, Chair of the Palm Trans Service Board, Vice Chair, Lighthouse for the Blind, and Professor at Palm Beach State College. I say this to you all, I greet you all, Commissioners, Mayor, and Madam Administrator, because without Palm Trans, I wouldn't be able to do any of those things. I was out for 15 hours yesterday at work, which is my regular schedule, and the vehicle broke down on campus last night. That can't happen. Fortunately, the driver was on campus, so it didn't pose quite a safety risk. Transition is never easy, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the wonderful organization that MV has been, and I have every confidence that they will acquiesce to the new contract with grace. That being said, this organization has gone through a lot in the recent months, and under Mr. Bonlaren, Mr. Blaylock, and Mr. Ferry, the service has run seamlessly, and we'd like to see it continue to do that. Are there efficiencies that can continue to be worked toward? Yes. For example, picking people up on Palm Beach Island and charging them $3.50. That might be one of the things that we can do. I have worked in my capacity as chair on the RPM 2.0, the CEP, the TDP strategic plan. So I know that the leadership team has worked very arduously to get this to work out. Fact of the matter is, many of us are paying in excess of 50% of our salary on rent and mortgage, and the remaining 50%, you have to struggle with groceries and other bills. We're financing groceries on Klarna, okay? So money is what it is. The cost of living in Palm Beach County has gone up exorbitantly, yet salaries have not met it. I can't do this in 3 minutes, so I welcome the opportunity to meet with you. At least one of you has agreed to meet with me, and I'm so grateful. We remain eternally grateful for the leadership of this commission. It's because of you that we have a sustainable service, or at least it has been up to this far, and that we have holiday service, which is a dream for those of us in this vulnerable community. But we can't argue over dollars and cents. I know we're talking about millions of dollars, but for those of us who can struggle to pay the $3.50, when you're talking about $3.20, $3.29 to get something from Costco in a big box that might last 2 months, versus going to Publix to get something for $3.02 that could last 2 days, you're going to eat the same thing over and over again and get it from Costco, okay? So I know, again, this is a lot of money, but you have to spend money to save money. You got to spend money to make money. So if we're going to have broken down vehicles, they'll be coming back to you in a few years, right, with the same money, and maybe then it will have increased even more. I don't know how much I have on time, but to reiterate what Madam Administrator said, we need to ratify this contract today and get to the real work of providing a dedicated funding source for transportation. That's what we need to be working on, because you think the service is unsustainable now, wait until the rest of us in Generation X age out. I'll be a senior at the end of the year, plus all the boomers, the people moving down here from up north, and all the autistic children and others on the spectrum who need to use the service that are straining it now. Again, please ratify this contract and let us work toward a dedicated funding source. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service, ma'am.
Next, we'll have Chuck Covington, followed by Drusilla Whitaker, and those are our last two speaking cards. We've got some non-speaking cards.
Very good. Okay, could I have the other name, the other speaker, come forward to the other podium, please?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chuck Covington. I'm the owner of People's Transit. I commend you for moving forward today after we've had so many other operations that have come up. One thing that surprised me in the conversations today was the reference to your 2012 company and disaster. Well, I had hired that company. That company was a subcontractor for me in Michigan. The contract went for 3 years. Their performance was subpar. At the end of those 3 years, I bid it out again and decided not to choose them. They decided to sue me, which didn't work out very well. So it wasn't that you had only one provider. It's the provider that you had. Everyone knows the rumors about that provider, so I won't go on any further. We are a subcontractor, DBE subcontractor to TransDev. We work with TransDev, First Transit, in Milwaukee, in Detroit, Atlanta, and of course here in West Palm Beach. They are a paratransit company and a fixed route company. I also do fixed route in Detroit. We have a relationship, and it's very important to the citizens and to make it seamless to all of the residents of Palm Beach how a prime works with its subcontractor. And because I choose who I work with because of their reputations and how credible they are, how strong they are, and how they do whatever job is maintained for them. So thank you folks for moving forward. Let's get this job done. Don't worry about having only one contractor, because that's what they do, that's what we do, and it's not done like the idiots you had in 2012. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those comments. You go right ahead. Commissioner Weiss, would you say the name?
Good morning to the mayor, and also good morning to Commissioner Weiss and staff. My name is Drusilla Whitaker. I am totally blind. I've been in paratransit transportation since 1998. Paratransit transportation has been very beneficial for me. It has kept me with my independence to where I don't have to beg no one to take me anywhere, as well as the seniors, the young people going to school/work, and other people with various disabilities. And I would love for you all to continue with the services. And we are grateful that the system is here, as well as we hope it keeps moving forward. So please keep the services continuously going. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate it. All right, Commissioner Weiss?
Okay, we have a couple of non-speaking cards. Patricia Moore supports the item. LaToya Kelly supports the item. We have a public comment card that came in over the internet. This is from Sandra Smith. Please don't put the drivers and riders back through what we went through in 2012 when we had Metro and MV. The county went with one company, Metro, and had to call MV back. Two companies are better. The drivers are worried. I want to be there, but I have dialysis. And then the last note we received, this is from Yolanda Smith. And her comment was, what are we doing? My driver that works for First Transit told me they are moving to Sears in a mall parking lot at the end of the week, and MV is leaving. He also said First Transit was at MV putting flyers on the drivers' cars. They had a bus outside of MV base with First Transit banner and outside doing interviews. What on earth is going on? When an MV driver picked me up, he's scared of losing everything. Make sure we know what we're doing. That's it, Madam Mayor.
All right, very good. I think we have listened to all the cards that have come in, and now it's time for my colleagues to ask questions or comments before we proceed. I recognize Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for staff. So we've had a lot of conversations regarding PalmTran and paratransit, fixed routes over the past year. I don't claim to be an expert, but you sometimes feel like one with how many times you hear something over and over and over again. And we have had a parade, I call them commercials, of amazing residents who have come in here and tell us how amazing our services are, how amazing PalmTran is, how amazing our transit is. And yet we sit here and I'm looking at this and it isn't making sense in my head that the people who are currently providing those same services that I've heard for the past year with glowing accolades, not even be allowed to submit a highest and best offer. So that's what's concerning me. We haven't had any problems. I haven't heard residents complaining. I haven't heard, and yet we're considering an almost 20 million plus increase in the name of better service. Where's the problem? Like, why haven't we heard about problems, I guess would be my question.
Mr. Bonlaird?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, for that. And I would say that we have seen some very good service from our current providers over the course of this contract. And I've been very pleased with the work that MV has done. I've been very pleased with the work that First Transit has done. But, you know, the reality of when you go out to bid on any contract is that in the public sector, in the public space, when we go out to bid, you get new bids that come in, you get new ideas and new models that people compete, and we set up a process that's fair so that everybody can compete within that. And I will tell you that there was no guarantee that if we structured this differently to do multiple providers that, you know, anybody would have been the number one and number two at the outset of that either. I mean, and quite frankly, if this contract would have called for two providers, you know, it's possible that the score would have been the same, and, you know, MV would have been fifth and First Transit, you know, first, and then the others fell where they did. So I think that, you know, just there is a process in place. I think, you know, probably First Transit, MV, and all the other providers have had service that they've lost in other areas of the country that they've provided. But what we've done is we've tried to set up something that we thought was going to be the best process that was based on feedback that we got from the industry and our peers, that we thought that moving forward would be a good model to move forward with. We thought it was going to result in some cost savings. And I will tell you, just as you've heard, all of the employees that work for First Transit and for MV are all represented by the same union. And I know that union is working very, very closely with them to make sure that there is seamless transition if the board moves forward with this. We think that the contracts that they have in place right now with multiple providers can be confusing to a lot of people. It sort of pits some against the others. So they'll be able to work to get those more uniform. The same way that we negotiate contracts. We don't negotiate those contracts. Those are done by the providers themselves. But again, I think those are some of the things that, you know, we've observed, what we've looked at, and, you know, when we make these analysis and these comparisons through this process, we ask people to provide the information in a similar way to do it. When that doesn't happen, it creates, you know, disparities in things that you get everywhere from price to understanding of the project. And I just go back to, you know, we had a process that had 100 points that were assigned to different areas, price being one of them, and we knew what that market price roughly was to provide the service. It was just sort of the understanding, the overall, you know, management and all of the other components of it. So, and I think the one thing that we did with this RFP too was you safeguard a little bit to have some of those outliners like situations we had back in 2012. That's why we really looked at sort of those business models internally, and everyone who submitted during this bid, the 5 that submitted, all sort of checked the box in terms of understanding what their model was to be able to provide sustainable service and the experiences that they have. So it should have put them all on an equal playing field in terms of that, you know, going forward. But that's where the process is, that's where it moved forward. And, you know, we knew going to a single provider, as most properties have around, you know, the country, that, you know, somebody, you know, might not be the ultimate, you know, provider who's the incumbent. And it might have been that both of them were not that. So that's just where we are and how this ended up today. Lynn, do you want to add to that, please?
Yeah, and I just want to add just to because of the cost aspect of it, whether we had 2 providers or 1, we would not have seen cost savings from having 2 versus 1, just from the way that our actual costs are tracking right now. As I said, for fiscal year 24, with the 2 providers in line, we're about $54 million is what we're projecting through the end of this year. And so that's a separate, I just want to make sure that we separate the 2 issues, 2 versus 1, and the cost that would result for us on an annual or for our fiscal year going forward. We wouldn't really see a difference because right now, as it stands, in the current contract, we have 2 pricing structures with the agenda item, and MV is currently at a higher rate than First Transit as they're providing the service. So, the way the service is delivered is one thing. The cost factor, we wouldn't see much of a difference whether it's 2 or 1 provider.
Mayor, follow up?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I will, I'm going to hear back from my fellow commissioners, but I will actually, I have some concerns. I mean, cost is one of them. The fact that I don't feel this board, and I haven't heard anything from you otherwise, that this board was the one who made the decision to only go after one provider. That was made without our knowledge. I have concerns with how this whole process took place. I have concerns that the people who have been brought before us time and time again have said it's an amazing service. I mean, again, like a commercial, that amazing. And I have to tell you that I have serious concerns when somebody who has provided a service for this county and bailed us out. It sounds like I wasn't here in 2012, but it sounds like MV came back and bailed us out of a jam the last time we tried to go to one provider. And either way, that doesn't ultimately make the decision for me. But so many things. Also, one last note, which I really am going to state that really I dislike. We received a 1,219-page backup on this item on March 19th. I don't think that's in a reasonable amount of time for this board to read through 1,200 pages. So, I mean, that's just a side note of this entire process. I am going to make the motion that our current people in our current contracts, I would like those extended a year, and then let's procure this. Let's let everyone go through this process again and put in what they would like and what everyone like. We need to do this. I haven't felt comfortable with this process from anything I've heard. With letters, with not being able to be part of it. So I don't know if the process is a conversation for another day, but the motion is to extend the existing contracts for a year, put this back out, and give the option of 2 providers at least, because I haven't heard from anyone else that we, as a board, decided to go with 1 provider. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know
Madam
you're
Mayor.
going to put that light on, Commissioner
Yes.
Bernard. I have a light that went on before yours, and I wonder, is it okay if I recognize Commissioner Barnett? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. If Commissioner Bernard wanted to say something, I can wait.
Oh, you're such a gentleman.
I'll second the motion, so.
That's very good. Okay, very good. All right, Commissioner Barnett, now you can be recognized.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions for my own benefit to clear things up. I've heard it stated a couple of times that it was the Board of Directors, the Board of Commissioners who made the decision to go with 1 provider as opposed to 2. I've heard it said opposite. Todd, can you please, which was it?
Yeah.
Was it Executive Director Forbes, or was it the board?
That direction was based on work that our former executive director did in terms of working with industry, working with, just models of peer providers that existed and best practices, and work with our consultant to bring that forward.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other questions. My district, District 3, has the second highest number of riders of Palm Trans, so this is a particularly important decision that we're making from me and my district. We've heard a little bit about the disaster of 2012. I'm new, the newest commissioner, but I don't think none of us were here in 2012. For staff, are you aware of what is being discussed with regards to this this trouble that happened when we migrated away from MV?
Yes, we're very aware of it. We were here, and Lou, if you want to go into a little more detail, Lou lived through that, that moment.
So I think it was said by one of the speakers, we picked the wrong provider, and that RFP from 2012 was heavy on price, and we had a provider that didn't deliver the vehicles. That prompted the county to actually provide the vehicles in the next procurement. They didn't have the right size fleet. They didn't have the right process. It was just a really bad. It was actually the old yellow cab that was called Metro was the name, and they bid and they won. And it took us a long time to get out of that, and we had to get out of that by terminating that contract. We put that bid out, and actually we got First Transit and MV came in to save us with another third provider, a smaller provider called Maruti, who ended up not fulfilling their requirements either. So it was difficult. Now going forward, that thought process that Mr. Forbes had was, again, to align it to those that have worked throughout the country and throughout the state, to go to that one provider, seeing that maybe we could get some savings with one provider. You would have one GM, you wouldn't have two GMs, you'd have the labor force would all be trained the same way, have that same benefit package, so there's advantages to that one provider model.
All right, thank you. May I follow up?
You go
with this
right ahead,
question?
Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate how important Palm Trend is to the residents in my district, and pursuant to Commissioner Baxter's motion to extend the current contract for 1 year as opposed to accepting staff's recommendation. I'm curious to see what the disruption in service would be if we go ahead and vote to approve Commissioner Baxter's motion.
Well, first off, we'd have to sit down with our current providers and see if they can even do that. I mean, obviously, First Transit's been working and making preparations with new facilities and the like under the, transition to this particular contract that we've been, that we presented to you today. So, they've been going through some of those motions, and, the prices are different in that contract today. I mean, I don't know that the providers could necessarily provide the work at the same pricing that we have in our current contracts that we have today, understanding that. So I think staff would have to go back and, take a look at that and see what that type of transition would be, if any, to do that. We were able to move a lot of these forward through a series of different extensions and emergency contracts in terms of sort of incremental changes that we saw from 2019 until today. But again, the market changes being as they are, and then, if the request is then to go back out to bid, I mean, we'd have to go back, revise the RFP that we have in place today, put that on the street, and, convene a separate, committee to do that. So there are a lot of logistical pieces, moving pieces with doing something of this particular size. And so, we've got, some timing constraints too, to when our current, emergency contract that we have in place expires, to putting in place a new contract going forward. And again, I mean, I look at the scores from each of I'll just share with you the scoring from the round that we did, everything being as it is, consistent in the RFP, and the board is saying just change it to provide more than one provider or two providers. I mean, First Transit scored 592 points. The number 2 provider, National Express, scored 580 and a quarter points. MTM scored 574.5 points. Super Nice, 475 points, and MV, 426 points. So the difference between MVs at 426 and First Transit at 592 is well over that 100 number that we said, about 160. So, even then, I would, there aren't like there's, 100 different companies that are going to come back and bid and provide you different, ideas, thoughts, et cetera. But, that's a piece of it. And, this is 30 days or so that we have on the transition side from when this contract expires to potentially putting the new one in place. So, I mean, I understand, where you're coming from, but I certainly don't know what we would necessarily change about what we've asked for in the contracts, in the RFP that we've put out in terms of going out for a new bid on this.
Thank you, Mr. Von Laren. Commissioner Weiss, and then Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is, and one of the speakers talked about, and I believe he was from MV. He talked about having more flexibility and being able to find lower cost alternatives and that we didn't consider that, or that it was out of the range of consideration. And I'm curious as to where that goes.
Yeah, so Lynn and I'll answer that, if that's okay. First off, When we put our RFP out, and the service that we called to be bid upon was an 80-20 split, 80 dedicated, 20 non-dedicated. What that means is 80% of dedicated service is our paratransit vehicles, 20% non-dedicated, which is the U-Serve and Lyft, right? The other providers that bid on that 80-20 split. MV bid on a different model that was different. So when you ask us to evaluate, an apples-to-apples contract before you, and apples-to-apples pricing, and if we ask a bidder to give us the best price on a 12-inch ruler, and everybody gives us the cost for a 12-inch ruler, and then one person gives us the cost for a 6-inch ruler, that's half of the price. That's what we have to bid on. And you're going to just kind of go across the board and say, you know what, this half-inch ruler doesn't really fit into the same model that we provided for everyone. The best price for the 12-inch ruler is this, we're going to go forward. I just say that simplistically just to kind of, illustrate a point for you. But that's when, as a committee that has to look at this and score these proposals, needs to look at them for what they are and what they've been proposed. And so that's one piece of the contract, and that's one maybe difference in it, and Lynn, maybe you can share a little bit more too.
Yeah, I think I just want to add that if we were to give the other proposers, First Transit, MTM included, the opportunity to come back and say, okay, we're also going to propose a 60-40 split. The cost savings that MV is presenting would also be reflected in First Transit's proposal. And so just to be fair in that they did propose what we requested. And if we are able to go with one provider that says, hey, we're gonna do something different, the committee would have had to go back and say, in that case, we're going to allow each and every single one of those providers to give us their best and final based off of that 40-60 split as well. And we would see those prices go down significantly because the savings was based off of the project approach.
And finally, when you're dealing with a population that we're dealing with, and we have a very delicate population that we serve in PalmTran Connection, and this board's direction to us from this BCC has been explicitly, when you go in and you look at the services that you're providing, and you want to make some changes in terms of the actual provision of those services, you need to come back to us every step of the way. And that direction is that we want to make sure that we're making sure that we're doing this very deliberately, that we incrementalize this, that we're not doing something that upsets the apple cart in one fell swoop or changes something drastically overnight. And so that direction from the BCC gave us as staff a lot of comfort as we were moving along and coming back with potential proposals for efficiencies, that we were going to do it in a collaborative way that was going to be in line with the direction of the BCC, and that we weren't going to be doing something that too quickly was going to change a model, and then the Board of County Commissioners' offices were going to become the customer service lines for people to call as opposed to ours, which we're very thankful that ours are the customer service lines and not the BCC's as they were back in 2012. And so we have been laser focused on that. The administrator and myself and PalmTran have been very, very deliberate about that as we've talked about how we move forward based on direction from the Board of County Commissioners in doing that.
Thank you, sir.
So
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So just to follow up on that, I guess my question though is, and I understand what you all just said, but is that 80-20, is that the best that we can do? Is that realistic? Or can we, in trying to provide the higher level of service and take into account the special needs that some of our residents need, is the model, because I just heard from, one of our users that he really likes the U-Serve ability. And I know I've talked to some folks when I've been out to Lighthouse for the Blind, and that they really thought the U-Serve that was provided the level of service that they needed. So have we done any analysis to what people's specific needs are and how we should be breaking down that? And if so, was it in the backup and I didn't see it?
So right now we offer a customer's choice program where a customer can choose to ride Lyft, just like any of us. They choose not to ride Palm Train Connection anymore. But they have to have the mental capability and they have to be ambulatory to be able to do that. So we've reached out to try to get anyone that's possible that could use that, where they only have to pay that $3.50 fare. And it's been great, except there hasn't been there haven't been many Palm Train Connection people that want to use that. Also, there's no solution for those in wheelchairs or that have mobility devices in the Lyft area. So the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, we have to tread lightly on this because we have to provide services that are equal to everyone under the ADA. So if any of us that's ambulatory that have that lift and we ask for that lift and it shows up in 7 minutes, if I'm in a wheelchair, is it going to show up in 7 minutes? It might never show up, because there's not many that are available with wheelchairs. So that's one component. The U-Serve that the gentleman in the back took, he chose to take that. So we've reached out to everyone that's ambulatory, that's cognitively able to use it with Palm Train Connection. Every time they call a reservation, we had a campaign where at the end of every reservation, hey, we have this new service called U-Serve. It's an ADA overflow. It's a vehicle that's going to come pick you up, similar to Uber and Lyft, except they have background check, they have drug and alcohol, and we can't force them to use it.
No.
It has to be the rider's choice. So we've had some riders to use it, they just didn't feel comfortable. They felt more comfortable with the Palm Train Connection driver taking them from the door to door, because that's what we do. So our customers here in Palm Beach County are very fragile. As I usually say, they're the frail elderly, the most fragile of our citizens in our community, and they need that special level. Some that can't, we've actually reached out to everyone for U-Serve, like the Florida Outreach Center for the Blind that uses it. Some of the students use it, and some of them still take the traditional Palm Train Connection. They're just not comfortable using that alternative. So we're going to do another campaign once, we're going to keep trying to encourage people to use it.
Okay, so I understand that, but what about, have we actually done the analysis to see who, in fact, has that capability, and we know what percentage of our writers have, whether they're choosing to use it or not, that we actually know what that is?
I can get you the percentage. We have it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we can get that. I think it's incumbent to understand, and should the model be based on that, on actually using real data? I mean, I assume, did the 20% come from that, or is it an aspirational number?
We aspire to get to that 20%.
Okay, so it's an aspirational number. It's not a number based on, it's just trying to get there from where we are today, not knowing whether or not 20% of our writers could
Correct.
could accommodate them.
Right now, it's about
So-
8%.
Okay. So it just seems, I like to do things based on data and facts. And so that's where I'm coming down. I just don't know that the numbers that we have today represent that. And you're asking me to make a decision to spend $330 million of the taxpayers' money. And I am, at this point, I'm a little reluctant. I hate to put this off, too, because I understand, first off, the work that both our providers have put into it, the work that you all and your staff have put into it, because that's costing us money as well. That's not free. But I also want to make sure that something as large of an expense as this is that we've really looked at it every which way, and these numbers, and whether, and I like am I 100% wed to having two companies? I honestly don't know. I remember, I wasn't up here, but I lived here when that happened, and it was terrible. It was terrible, and I can't imagine what it was like for the folks that were serving at the time. And I do recall when I first came on this board, we were having trouble, and the complaints we used to get when we had that third provider in the contract. And in our office, I get complaints for people being left out in the sun for hours waiting for a ride, and that's not acceptable either. But we have had a level of service that I think we can be I don't know if proud is the right word, but is providing the level of service that I think we all have the expectation, and I think our writers do too. So I'm just a little concerned about this, and I'd much rather have this based on the model based on what we should be doing, not what we're aspiring to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss.
And if I could just
Mr.
briefly
Bonlaren, sure,
respond,
go right
Mayor.
ahead. Sure.
One of the success stories that we have, Commissioner, is on our eligibility. And what we've been doing since about 2019 is we have been spending a lot more time with our customers and understanding them and their needs and developing that data. Like I said earlier, it used to be that, we would get 4,000 plus applications a year. We'd approve 4,000 plus people a year just by merely the fact that they applied. That is not the case any longer. And so that time that we're spending with our individual customers to understand their individual needs is going to yield some of that important data in the coming years and is going to allow us to be able to create more efficiencies in the system. And so, this just started recently. We were a little slowed with the pandemic and getting started on that, particularly on the visitations of people coming in to spend more time with them. But that is something that we put in place that I can say is a success story already in terms of our eligibility and understanding that exact data that you're looking for to be able to move forward and make decisions based on that. But we just don't have all of that we need to do that at the current time.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize County Administrator Baker.
Commissioner Weiss, we are working and have metrics that we track and keep. We will provide those particular metrics that we already have as far as the data is concerned. You're correct. We are tracking and will continue to refine those metrics so that we can provide better information as we continue to move through the process. This board has been very clear on what you're looking for. And part of our process has been to bring those individuals in so that we can determine, do they actually need the PalmTran connection service, or can they ride a regular bus with some type of assistance, such as kneeling buses, et cetera. So some of those things we are looking at and have looked at and will continue to review so we can bring the number of customers that come in and qualify for these type services. It makes sense. We will continue to do it. We're looking to bring down this cost, but I want you to know that we do have some metrics. The 20% is aspirational. That's why we thought the 40% was reaching a bit far. So this is a complicated issue. It is not easy. And no matter what we do, if we don't follow our process, we end up with challenges and we end up with going before the special master. And so what we're trying to do is make sure I'm holding staff accountable. If we put it in the RFP, that is how we need to evaluate it. Because if we don't, we end up before the special masters and sometimes in lawsuits. And so we're trying to keep that cost down as well. But we also learn through these processes. We learned a lot from 2012. When that was a very unpleasant process. And so dollars do matter. You guys know me by now. But it is not the only factor, and that's why it wasn't a bid.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I support the motion for us to do the 1-year extension and to keep the 2 providers. And, if you're going out, I think that if you're going out for another RFP, I think it's very important for us to really get the data in regards to what are the lower cost alternatives. So in that way, or maybe you let the providers, provide some of that information to you. So in that way, we can figure out exactly what's the best way for us to save some dollars. And I think that we do need to, even in the RFP scoring process, we do need to increase pricing as, to increase the pricing, because that's important to us. And then I didn't know about the history about the one service provider, but hearing what I just heard today, there's no way that I would want to keep one service provider, with what happened in 2012. So, you said, Todd, you kept us abreast every step of the way, but, you Palm Trans staff made the decision to go with one service provider and not bring it to this board. How did you keep us in step, aware of every step of the way when we didn't make that decision? Palm Trans staff made that decision, and I didn't know about the history of what happened. So I'm like disgusted that, that we've had this issue in 2012, and now you want me to go with one service provider.
All right, let me just say something, and I'm going to recognize you, Commissioner Baxter, to close it up, because it was your motion. I think what's happening is, I said there are two issues. One is a process of deciding on RFP, and the other is the process of eligibility of ridership. With regard to the process of deciding on the RFP, what I am hearing is that the board wants to be a partner with y'all, okay, with the staff, so that as you go through, be a little transparent. Because when you're transparent with us, you're transparent with the people. And I didn't know that we had a contractor who didn't even have corporate offices in the state of Florida. And other commissioners here didn't know certain things that maybe years ago it was all right. You came before the Board of County Commissioners and we went ahead and affirmed it or negated it. But this board, we want to be part of the process. It needs to be a little more transparent so that we know as you go through, because we're looking at these numbers, and I don't want to go into the specifics, but we need to know a little bit more about how the process works, the models work. The commissioner wants to know about the numbers. Other commissioners want to know the single and the two companies riding it. So we really need to be a little more transparent. It's a new thing. I get a sense, Todd, that this board wants to be more involved in the process. So bring us in. We're pretty smart. Be surprised. And we can learn from this. So at the end of the day, don't laugh, Commissioner, just because you're good at numbers. At the end of the day, we're not looking at, wow, this is, Commissioner Baxter said we got all this pay. We can't read it in a couple of days. But we're along for the ride, so to speak. So at the end of the day, it's a communal workshop, agenda that we can really agree with you on. And like you talked about a third-party mediator that came in, and who is a third-party mediator? I don't know who it was. Who decided? What business, what law firm, what company is this? So I'm sure they're very good. Let us know beforehand. We'll be your good partners on this. The second thing is the process of eligibility of ridership. It was mentioned in the staff report that there's somebody who's like maybe takes a phone call and says, where are you going? Who are you? Who is this person who decides whether someone has a disability and needs Palm Tram, or someone who just missed the bus and wants to have a door-to-door ridership? So the process of ridership, to me, is a point that as we go through this process again, I'd like to look at public-private partnerships with our adult daycare centers, with employment. If there's a business there and they've got a good employee, that employee is taking a Palm Tram, maybe the business could contribute a little bit to that ridership instead of the county taxpayers picking it up all the time. So these are things that I'd like for you, and I'm sure they're part of the record. Also, I'd like to pose a question that hasn't been brought up before, but homeless folks. If there's a homeless person in, say, any of these areas in the county, and someone calls in and says, they need to, we need to take them to a shelter. Do we need to get a law enforcement vehicle to take them to a shelter? Or can Palm Tram, you don't have to answer this because we probably don't have the answer, but I'd like to look at this, especially in light of the new law, to look at it in terms of if there's a retailer and says there's a homeless person here, could I have somebody take this person to a shelter to get help? Then I think we need to look at that in terms of eligibility for ridership. So with that, I'm going to recognize the person who made the motion, Commissioner Baxter, to bring it home.
Thank you. I do stand by my motion, but they brought up some questions that I had. You had said that something about the 60/40 split was bid on, and that's why it came in lower? So you're saying the non-committed costs less?
Well, we're saying that in the proposal that came before us, the ones that bid on the 80-20 split were, higher from a pricing perspective than the one proposal that did something different and had a different 60/40 split from dedicated versus non-dedicated.
I'm going to save that conversation for another day because I think we're all hungry.
Okay. But I mean,
That
that's
might
not
be
our,
important.
that wasn't our bid, that was the bid from the providers that came in, what they shared.
I understand that, but we have been saying all along, finding ways to save money. Let's find ways to save money. And now what you've said is that I did the numbers, and out of 872,939 passenger trips over the past year, there's at least 3 areas here where I think could have been used that would reach that 40% mark. I mean, we literally have secondary education, which to me is like a college, so college students can very well use services, right? Or I think the U-server, you would call it.
Not necessarily, Commissioner, and that's what I'm saying.
You're saying if they are
To the
ADA, they
mayor's
couldn't.
point about who decides what, they
Goes
are
on or
deemed
not.
eligible based on ADA, based on disabilities that they have. And so it's not like somebody calls up and say, hey, I missed my ride, I need a ride. No, these are people that have been qualified, they have disabilities, and so getting to a 60/40 split, to Commissioner Weiss's point, we're not there. We don't think that we can get to that. We're not at 80/20 today.
No, thank you
We don't
for-
know that
How
we
do you
can
know
make
that?
that.
You haven't even done an analysis. There's no study. How do you know that?
The only way
you're
we know
telling us,
that-
like, you're telling us that.
Yeah, no, I
like, do
understand.
you have the analysis, Todd?
No, we do not.
Well, then how do you know you can't get there?
Well, we know that based on some of the eligibility today that we've looked at, where roughly we are and what our users are utilizing today from their choice that they have. So we
Right.
know that that's a single-digit number to date right now.
Well, I would say it just reinforces the fact that a year will give us time to get that information and kind of do a more thoughtful process. And so I do stand by my motion. I don't think I need to ask for a roll call unless, I think
we'll
we're.
take a vote. This is on
a
a
vote.
regular agenda, actually. We have a first by Commissioner Baxter, a second by Commissioner Bernard. I don't think we need to restate the motion, if anybody. So all those for, anybody opposed? See that it passes unanimously at this time. Todd, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
It was
Thank
not-
you,
it was not
Commissioners, for the
easy.
direction. Appreciate it.
Y'all
Yeah.
went through a lot of work.
We didn't mean to be argumentative on any points.
it's good to be a little
All
argumentative.
well
It's okay.
taken,
It's
but,
okay.
but we just know that this is a difficult service, and we will need to bring back to you after discussions with our
We're here.
providers on the extension of that, and we will try to get that, those conversations going immediately and get back that to you as quickly as we possibly
Appreciate
can.
all you've done.
Madam-
Thank you so much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor,
Appreciate, yes.
we do, since both are represented here today, we do need to meet with both of them like immediately to get this done in order to be able to come back to the board with a cost, so that we all know where we're going from now, because we're starting budget process. And then we'll also make sure that we follow up on the numbers, the split, whether it's aspirational 20% or an aspirational 40% within the guidelines that the feds will allow us to work within, and then bring that back to the board. So I think in the next couple of meetings, we're going to be bringing you back updates on this process.
And, thank you so much, Madam Baker, but I really appreciate when Mr. Von Laren comes to us individually and explains these items, because we
will.
want to be part of the process so that we are not faced at the 11th hour with approving a big contract. And so we are all available. And we will meet with Mr. Von Laren, any members of the staff. My door is always open. I know the others are too. So we can work with you through this process. Like you said, Ton, this is our most vulnerable. We're going to do it right, and whatever it takes. Thank you so much, Ms. Baker. Thank you so much, Todd, and the members of your staff. All
Thank you,
right,
staff, for all the hard work.
I know that Commissioner Baxter's hungry, but we are not quite done yet. We have, if you look at your agenda, we have 4A, ARPA Hunger Relief Program Update. So come on up, folks. talk about it? You want 5 minutes? Okay, while the staff's coming up here, why don't we take, how about to 12:15? I'm sorry, 12:30. Done, 12:30.
Move one of those panels, so we'll have to.
That didn't work? I thought you were trying a new hack.
Beach County Board of County Commissioners, and we are now moving on to 4A, ARPA Hunger Relief Program Update. And we have staff here present. First, I want to thank all my commissioners for being so timely here at 12:30. So, go right ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. I had to
Afternoon,
check. Yeah, it is definitely afternoon. Tammy Fields, Assistant County Administrator. Thank you for getting us in before lunch. It seems almost cruel to do a topic
Little
on
bit,
hunger when we know that you are waiting for lunch.
Did you bring samples?
No, we didn't, unfortunately. This workshop is really perfect transition between the one you just had and what Commissioner Weiss will be talking about later, because we are talking about our most vulnerable, as well as talking about some innovations in technology when addressing hunger. With me at the table is Dr. James Green and Taruna Mahaltra from Community Services. And I also wanted to recognize in the audience Julie Kriefel with United Way, leading our hunger initiative, and Jamie Kendall from the Food Bank, as well as Arthur Scott from Tangelo. And I'll turn it over to you.
Hi,
All right.
Dr. Green, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Today, we're here to provide you with an update on the Palm Beach County Food Bank Expansion Project that will enable the county and its partners to help address the needs of residents throughout the county. And we're also wanting to talk a little bit about a pilot project that will help us to do that as well. And we want to look at using potentially the ARPA funds to help launch this pilot project and seeking direction from you in doing so. So in Palm Beach County, over 60% of our students within the district are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. And nearly 5,000 of those residents are unstably housed. Many are unsheltered homeless. And more than 1,600 seniors are on the wait list for home-delivered meals. And as you know, close to 30% of our residents are seniors who many have fixed incomes and struggle to meet their basic needs due to the cost of living. And during the assessment for our hunger needs, this slide shows many of our food pantries, and it also shows how they're layered with the emergency operating areas throughout the county. So the different colors are aligned with the emergency operating areas. It also shows the food deserts, which is marked by the yellow star, which are identified as low income and low access areas along the census tracts. And so there you can see some of the gaps that are identified throughout Palm Beach County and identified as food deserts. Now, our community came together back in 2015, nearly a decade ago, to develop a plan that will help address some of the hunger needs in Palm Beach County. And the county partnered with United Way, Palm Beach County, and a host of other agencies to hire a VP of Hunger Relief, and key stakeholders work together to develop strategies, tactics, and outcomes for these local efforts. And highlighted in yellow are some of the strategies and outcomes that these projects that we're about to discuss with you will help achieve. And more specifically, it will help facilitate the creation of a stronger and more comprehensive and coordinated system of supports for the individuals and families who are food insecure. It will significantly increase the volume of nutritious food available to distribute and connect food insecure residents to an array of services available to promote their long-term self-sufficiency through job training and other supports. And this slide shows you where the Board of County Commissioners back in July of 2021 approved a set of strategies to expend some of the ARPA dollars that were allocated. And you can see there for hunger relief infrastructure, $10 million was allocated towards hunger relief. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Taruna, the Deputy Director, and she's going to go through a little bit more information about how some of those dollars have been expended and dive into some of the projects that we're here to discuss.
Very good, thank you.
United Way actually contributed to this project along with the county. County put it in $5.7 million, and United Way contributed over $3.1 million for the commercial kitchen. Palm Beach County Food Bank also did a fundraising towards the total cost for this project. One of the project deliverable we had for this commercial kitchen contribution was to United Way to contribute the same amount of matching dollar. So all of these projects listed on the slides talk about United Way contribution towards this hunger-related projects. They have continuous projects going on for the weekend backpacking for the families, and then also they are looking into technology-related assistance to many food pantries to connect our residents for these services. This slide highlights the outcomes timeline for the project. We are very excited to share that this project is on track and to be completed in May of 2024. The Oversight Committee has been working directly with Palm Beach County Food Bank to ensure that all the deliverables outlined in the contract are on track. A meals program for seniors and children, they're going to start in June of 2024, this summer, so we're really excited about it. And then some of the training programs are also stated for early 2025. And then the Culinary Business Incubator Program is slated for spring of 2025. As James mentioned earlier, that we have total of $10 million allocated for food-related programming, and we are seeking board direction on the pilot project for remaining funds. We are proposing to utilize Tangelo Comprehensive Food as a medicine platform. Established in 2019, Tangelo is a technology health-based company focused on improving the nutrition and diet quality for all populations. We went through the purchasing process to see if there are any other vendors in this space. Tangelo is the only vendor who responded to this procurement. The pilot program is designed to help Palm Beach County identify, engage, and connect resource-limited households to SNAP and to other social services program. Our goal is through this technology platform to have our case managers work with our clients to promote overall diet quality, improve nutrition security, and health-related social needs. This slide outlines the programs which will give the 12-month access to food with a focus on connected clients to the SNAP, or to have existing SNAP clients utilize the platform to get more value on the dollars. Tangelo is a very data-driven, direct-to-household food and social benefit management solution. It also provides us a dietary assessment tool. This will allow us to strengthen Palm Beach County local economy as well, to make sure that we use the food recovery options. County will work with Tangelo to leverage local small and underserved farms to create a reliable and create a market for farms while also providing healthy and affordable food to households in needs. In addition to shelf-stable boxes, medical tailored meals, or combo meal, this program is going to partner with Palm Beach County Food Bank to have outreach worker enrolled clients in SNAP program as an incentive. Currently, there is a huge wait list for clients to be on a SNAP, and the process is very lengthy. So this will allow us to give the incentive to clients to get on the Tangelo. As we mentioned that this is a technology platform, it will allow us to use the data for analysis and centralize all other resources in one platform for clients to tap. This can also act as a centralized repository, which is uniquely designed to place households at center of these resources. This will allow us to have local food marketplace and free home delivery to meet each household's immediate food need while making sure that the households are connected with the set of programs and services. We are proposing to use this platform to promote better health outcomes and have personalized clinical interventions for our residents. We will be having the pre-test and the post-test and make sure that the clients have access to the dietitian to get some nutritional related programming in their case plans. This will also allow us to have all the data at one place and use the platform for any future engagement with the residents. For example, we can do more surveys, or if we need to push any information out to the clients, we can use this platform. The most benefit which we can see from the Tangelo data dashboard is to get the real-time program deployment. This can use us to connect households with appropriate resources, and then making sure that the case managers can do the care coordination through an online tool. This slide is the first-year budget which we are proposing. We are proposing to enroll 1,000 clients in the first year and then scale up or maintain with the existing clientele in the following year. The first year cost for the Tangelo will be $1.4 million. This will be $116 per person each month, a box delivery to their home address. And then we are also proposing to have 2 SNAP outreach workers assigned to this project who will be recruiting clients and making sure that they go through the whole SNAP process and get SNAP benefit, and then eventually able to use SNAP dollars to get Tangelo and then to reduce the cost from the county side. This was kind of a quick presentation, but we can answer any questions about this platform.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So would the county own the data?
Yes. So the
So-
county will have the access to the data, and we will hold the data with us.
So I guess, so you'll be able to download this, this will be downloadable data, so you'll, at the end, you know, as you're doing this pilot, you're not gonna have, I mean, we've had situations where we license technology and we don't own the data, and then we can't get our own data back.
So we will be able to get all this data, and the way we are proposing to have this program, that we will be recruiting the clients through the eligibility process, because we want to make sure that we go with the low-income families. So we will be sending the data directly to the Tangelo platform and able to get all this information.
I have a couple of questions on this Tangelo. Who owns Tangelo?
I think I will have Arthur probably answer this
Oh, yeah,
question.
and yeah, okay, sure. Come on up, sir.
Sure.
If you could state your name. I'm not going to put you on a 3-minute thing here, but I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, would you state your name and your company?
Yes, Arthur Scott. I work for Tangelo. I'm the Executive Vice President of Government Affairs.
Okay. Is it a nonprofit? Is it a profit? Is it?
We are a
based in
for-profit,
Florida?
yes, ma'am. We are I believe it's specifically classified as a public benefit corporation. So we are doing social good, but we are a for-profit company. Our founder and CEO is named Jeremy Cooley. Excuse me, and this may be a little long-winded, but he actually founded the company because of a personal experience with his father, who actually he was diagnosed with terminal colon cancer, and kind of unwilling to accept the diagnosis they had received. They went militant on his diet and actually elongated what they were expecting to have with him, and they saw, hey, there's kind of something to this eating healthy thing. And so that's kind of where it all started and snowballed, and we were originally designed to actually do programs for hospitals and managed care providers and insurance, and brought me on board to figure out what the solution is for state and local governments.
Very good. So it is is it a Florida corporation?
So I believe we're incorporated out of Michigan, but weirdly or not weirdly, because it's such an ag-heavy state, most of our teammates, most of my colleagues, and a lot of our infrastructure is actually Florida-based, Tampa.
Do you have, okay. And so you have a registered agent here in the state of Florida in case there were any issues that we would have?
So actually, our
with the
director of
company?
fulfillment lives in Clearwater, so we're all
Glad he lives in Florida.
Yeah.
Everybody likes to live in Florida,
Right.
especially from Michigan. But would you have a registered agent here in the state of
I
Florida? at
have.
some
I
point?
wouldn't know
Okay,
the
that's
answer to
all right.
that. I can find that out for you, though.
I appreciate
absolutely.
that. And do you have any other contracts with other governments in the state of Florida?
Not in the state of Florida, but we actually because I was brought on to figure out this, kind of crack the nut on state and local governments for us. We actually had Wake County, North Carolina, the Raleigh-Durham area, just won a NACO County Achievement Award for their pilot program that they ran during COVID. They had food insecurity rate skyrocket just like everybody else did, but they had the SNAP gap, and they used our platform to address the SNAP gap in their county. And then also using the platform, as was mentioned, you can communicate with your participants on the platform. They were able to connect their participants with roving COVID testing sites and vaccination sites and different things like that. So its utility is really endless. It's as creative as you want to be with it. But yes, we do partner with
Who
other
is your
local-
partner here if this goes through? Who would your partner be here for this program?
I would defer to who your incredible team would decide that should be, but it can be public health, it can be community service, it can be local nonprofits, it can be whomever.
And one last concern I have, and then I'm going to get into the types of food, whether it's where the food comes from and kosher foods and things like this. Do you, your platform is, what type of security do you have to maintain the information that you're collecting?
Yes, ma'am.
And what security do we have? And this is why, to me, it's very important that you'd be Florida-based, at least part of the contract that you want to have with our county government. What type of security do you have for the information contained, the data in your platforms?
Yes, and that's a great question. So because we're actually running multiple large-scale programs with with a lot of hospitals and managed care providers and insurance companies, we deal a lot with like very specific and sensitive healthcare information. So we are HIPAA, SOC 2 compliant. All of that is, fully like a huge priority of ours. And to the Commissioner Weiss, you had mentioned about the ownership of data. That is you all. You all own the data outright. That is not something that we're in the business of. Like, we are in the business of making sure that when you do implement programs, they're sustainable. And we understand that the data is going to be useful to you in the immediate, but also useful to you in the long term. So we are absolutely above board on all of the data privacy concerns that you would have with regards to anything dealing with personal contact information. And
very good. So you would certainly, especially, and I really look towards Commissioner Weiss as being our tech-savvy commissioner here, but the firewalls and everything would be very, very secured in terms of anybody getting into that data. That data then would be part of the county government ownership, and we have our own security with our data-driven. Okay. I don't have any further questions, if anybody else, for this gentleman. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay, sure, go right ahead. And well, does anybody have any, we have cards. If there's any commissioner has any questions of staff, actually, I just have a couple, and then we'll get to the cards. Okay. First of all, where does the food come from when you talk about the agricultural produce? And you know what I want to hear.
Yes, and that's one of the benefits of this program, is it'll also have an economic benefit for local and small farmers. We've already had conversations with Tangelo that will be where they're accessing the food.
So it'll be Florida, Palm Beach County, because I see peppers, which is produced right here in Palm Beach County. So the food would be purchased by local farmers here in Palm Beach County.
Tangelo will be sourcing the food from the local farmers. Our preference would be to try with the Palm Beach County farmers first, and if those food options are not available through Palm Beach County farmers, then they will go to another source. Yeah. But as what our discussion has been with Tangelo, that we want to make sure that we promote the food recovery concept. There is a lot of food which is getting wasted, and they will be able to source those and work with them to get them to the residents.
Very good. So it'd be, if not Palm Beach, then Florida. If not Florida, certainly the United States.
Correct.
All right, and one other question is with regard to kosher foods. We have a lot of folks who only eat kosher, a good portion of our population. What provisions are we making for kosher?
So when we will negotiate the contract with them, we will definitely include the kosher meals provision in there, because this did came up in our last board, in one of our board meeting, and we are also working with our with Palm Beach Food Bank with their commercial kitchen, that once it's up and running, that they will expand with the kosher kitchen. And then also Feeding South Florida is currently working on expanding their kitchen and have the kosher meals. So the way we are hoping that Tangelo not just work with the farmers, but then also work with our local food banks to use their kitchens if needed for the
Very
prepared
good.
meals.
You know, we have a kosher kitchen at Jewish Services.
Yes.
And it's prepared by the people who are developmentally delayed. They make the food, and it's 100% kosher. It's quite good, too. So, okay, very good. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Hi. Question, thank you, Mayor. How are we, or how's Tangelo going to decide which farmers to work with?
So that's where United Way is going to come in place, because they have a lot of partnership with our local farmers. So we will be working with them closely to make sure that we give the opportunity to each and every farmer. And then Tangelo platform also has an online process which we will be distributing to all the farm coordinating councils, boards, where the farmers can connect directly with Tangelo as well. It's like a one-page application they can fill in and work directly with Tangelo.
Amazing. And I do know we have that Ag Enhancement Council.
Yes.
Might be a great place to let them know everything that is going on and keep them up to speed as well, because they are, going to be their direct communication and going out there. So thank you for this. I think it would be amazing if we can bring our eastern and western side of Palm Beach County farmers together to help provide food for the homeless. This is amazing. So thank you.
One other question. Do you provide these wonderful food baskets to our shelters? We have 4 shelters here, and I want to make sure that the folks that are homeless get good, nutritious meals as well. Is this part of the program?
So what we are hoping with the pilot project, the first phase would be that the folks who are going from shelter to the homes through our rapid rehousing programs, most of them does not have SNAP, so they will start getting this service right away once they are transitioning from shelter to the homes. And then we will have our outreach workers work with them to establish SNAP benefits, so this way they can use SNAP dollars on the Tangelo platform as well.
That's an excellent idea. I just want to make sure that county homes, our county shelters are provided by county taxpayers. So this food that we're preparing for the needy here, which is wonderful, should also go directly to our shelters, our 4 shelters that we have here. And Ms. Baker is going to answer that question for me.
I believe that our contract requires the folks that we're working with that run the shelters and provide the food, that they provide nutritious food.
I know they do, but I want this as part of the project that we're doing, so that, and I think it's great that you're going to send it on to their, to their housing, the first housing, but I just want to make sure that the circle of Palm Beach County food, Palm Beach County money, Palm Beach County program goes into Palm Beach County shelters.
Currently, the shelters are feeding anyone who is in the
I know
shelter.
we do,
Right.
I know.
And so trust is really important as we moved to the transitional housing. So what we're hoping is that we can get individuals who are at our shelters familiar with the Tangelo project, so that they're going to trust that this will be the food as they go to their next housing and transitional housing. So that is part of the plan.
I know trust is important. I just want to be sure that this food goes to our shelters.
Yeah, so
Yes? Okay.
one distinction I do want to make, this is individualized platform, so each client will go in the system and then set up their Tangelo registration, and they can decide what food they want,
Very good.
what kind
Thank
of stuff they need, and if they want that food to be delivered at the shelter, they can. Though we are working with Homeless Coalition, and they are taking care of the food provisions, and then we are hoping that once our commercial kitchen is up and running, that they start providing the food options in our shelters as well.
Yeah, so we can look
Mayor,
at.
I'm sorry. Mayor, what we will be moving toward, this is a pilot, and so we'll take your comments into consideration. We're really trying to set this up so that it provides the homeless that have no meals or are starting to get in a position they can have these meals. The folks currently in the shelter, We look for them to get fresh foods from our farmers, gleaning and all that other good stuff that we work with. So give us an opportunity to look at how we can fold this in, because we currently provide that service to our residents in the shelter. This is so that individuals not necessarily in the shelter will be able to receive these. This is a
Excellent.
pilot
Thank you
that we're
so
working
much.
on.
Thank you. Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you, Mayor. This pilot project, has it been implemented in any other jurisdictions? Or are we the test?
Not in Florida, but in Colorado and North Carolina. And we actually had conversations with both of those counties and kind of learned from their successes, what they struggled with. And then when we will be negotiating a contract, we will be putting some of those measures in place.
Okay, will you be able to share some of that information on their successes?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. We have cards now, if there are no other questions. Commissioner Weiss is going to read the cards.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Scott, do you want to be heard again? Okay. Wave in support. Okay, thank you. Seth Bernstein, is he gone?
He had to leave for another meeting.
No worries. Julie Kriefel, and then Jamie.
Good afternoon, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Mayor, Commissioners, Ms. Baker, appreciate the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Seth Bernstein since he had to leave. As you know, I'm Julie Kriefel. I oversee the Hunger Relief Initiative for United Way of Palm Beach County. Many of the items that Seth wanted me to touch on today, Taruna, you've already touched on in your presentation, so thank you for that. We're always happy to be here in front of the Palm Beach County Commission. As you probably know, United Way of Palm Beach County has been in the community for 95 years, looking to support all of our residents in many, many different aspects, and in this case, for hunger relief. We also want to thank you on behalf of not only United Way, but the more than 132,000 residents in Palm Beach County who are food insecure, and for your support with the food bank's kitchen expansion and the food processing facility, which will enable, as Taruna mentioned earlier, increased partnerships with farmers, local farmers, and providing meals year-round to seniors, children, emergency situations, and so forth. I do want to mention, if you don't mind, when you were talking about the connections with the farmers, and Taruna was saying that would be part of what United Way would do. We work closely with a nonprofit, a statewide nonprofit called Florida Impact. Their mission is to end hunger in the state of Florida. They recently received a very large grant from Feeding Florida to connect local farmers to these kinds of programs. And they are going to be providing a person in Palm Beach County to help support that too. So that's very exciting. We're very, very pleased about that. Really, we're just thrilled to be part of the Hunger Relief. Thank you for your steps with Tangelo, and we'll look forward to being part of that, supporting that. We're in support of it, of course. And back to the food bank, we're very pleased not only for the volume of food that will be coming through in our county as a result. It'll be game-changing for hunger relief in Palm Beach County. I'm so excited to see this come online and see all the wonderful positive things that are going to happen. And I know, Commissioner Bernard, particularly, you're invested in all the culinary and training and so forth. So that's part of what the food bank will be doing. I believe, Jamie, that's going to be launching the beginning of next year. So just that, thank you for having us. We're in full support of this project, and it's always a pleasure to be partnering with Palm Beach County and all the folks that are involved with us on a day-to-day basis as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon.
afternoon.
Yeah, state your name, you'll be recognized.
Jamie Kendall, and I'm the CEO of Palm Beach County Food Bank. I just wanted to thank the county commissioners and the county staff for all that they've done for the food bank. We've seen tremendous growth over the past 3 years coming out of COVID for all the programs that we have, and that's really done so much for us to reach the 132,000 people that are at risk of being food insecure here in Palm Beach County. So we thank you for your continued support. This transformational project of this kitchen, the community kitchen, is going to be a wonderful asset to the community in helping us reach all of those children, seniors, families that need food assistance. The produce processing facility is kind of a very new concept that a lot of food banks, there's only a handful across the country that are actually doing this. So I've gone around, I've looked at some success stories and what other programs have done, and we're really looking forward to getting that off the ground as well. That's going to provide a tremendous amount of food that would otherwise go wasted to people's tables and right here in Palm Beach County. So again, thank you for all that you've done. I'm really excited to say that besides it all started here 2.5 years ago, talking with staff and of course our partnership with United Way. And I can't believe that we are this close to the finish line. I invite all of you out to come and see the progress. We absolutely believe that we will have our CO and be in the building by the end of April, early May, and get all of our programs up and going, and start the summer with our summer feeding program to help with those children that need food assistance during the summer months with the summer feeding. So we're really excited, and we just could not do this without the county's support. We also had the state of Florida come in with support on this project, and now we also have the federal government coming in. So I feel it's such a collaboration between the local nonprofits, the county, the state, and the federal government. You don't see that all come together that often, so we're pretty proud of that. And again, just thank you, and I invite you to come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, this is a workshop. Does anybody have any questions or comments? I highly commend County Administrator Baker and his staff for making this a reality. This is a real public-private partnership. And I love the idea of getting right into a person's dietary needs, into their family, into what they should eat. And we provide it from our own produce. And if we can't, we find it. So what a wonderful program. Thank you so much for that. And if there's no other questions or comments, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And thank you for the program. Excellent. Okay, we have one other item, and that's a NACO trip to Silicon Valley. The future of artificial intelligence. Yes, Commissioner, okay, no. Oh, where did
to talk to you
Commissioner
from
Weiss
over here.
go? Is that really Commissioner Weiss over there, or is it a bot?
It's my, it's my, what do you call it? My doppelganger.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you are recognized, and we won't put the clock on, will we, Commissioner Bernard?
Thank you, appreciate it. So appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to update you all on what we've been doing with NACO, and also to talk about artificial intelligence and sort of the things we've been learning. Before I get in, I've got some slides to share with you, but I think it's important to start with, the exploratory committee on artificial intelligence that I'm involved with the National Association of Counties. What we are tasked with doing is we're going to be coming up and we're going to be delivering a paper, really a guidebook, if you will, to artificial intelligence for county government. That'll be delivered at the NACO annual meeting in Tampa in July. We've been working on that. We have been working on this. We've divided up into 4 work groups that represent talking about ethics of using artificial intelligence, policies for local government, policies for federal government. We are working on coming up with regulations in using artificial intelligence, so how counties will regulate themselves and creating, if you will, those guidelines. And then lastly, applications. Where can local government work with artificial intelligence to really provide a better level of service, be more efficient, and better able to utilize the resources that we have. I should, one last area, and I forgot, was the workforce. So how is this going to impact our workforce, and how is it going to impact the workforce in our communities? and so that we can help develop policies around that as well. So let's get started. We'll go ahead and bring up the slides. This is talking about, and why are we talking about artificial intelligence now, and what's changed? So traditional artificial intelligence in the past, and it's been around for a long time. If you've, for example, you use social media, you see a video of, let's say, cats, and you like that, and then all of a sudden, in your video stream or in your social media stream, you start getting videos of cats popping up. Well, that's artificial intelligence using an algorithm that says, well, somebody likes this kind of video, we're going to now feed them that. And that's one type of artificial intelligence. It's not very smart. And you can see it being used in industrial applications where, for example, in the Amazon warehouses, they've been using artificial intelligence robots to go and pack boxes. They do the same thing over and over again. They're not making decisions, just it's a program of artificial intelligence that they're running through. What's changed now is something called generative AI. And what is generative AI? So, as an example, we now have models that you can pose a question to that will come up and generate a totally new response. It's in a way, and I don't want to say it's thinking because that's only something that human beings can do, but it mimics the way we think. And that's what's changed. In the past, when you had other types of artificial intelligence, you needed to have special skills, scientists, computer scientists, to be able to program them. With generative AI, it can speak to us, in our case, in English, but if you don't speak English, it can speak to you in whatever language that you do speak. And it will understand your question, potentially, or tell you it doesn't understand your question, and it'll respond in a very human-like way. You can also ask it to create images. So instead of just putting pixels on the screen, it can create a complete image by your description of what you're asking it to create. It can speak. You can give it a voice. It can hear, so you can speak to it without typing. It can see because it has access to cameras. And in fact, they've given it the ability in some cases to smell. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. So we go to the next slide.
Scary.
We use something called prompts too in order to get it to respond, and I'm going to show you that. We're going to look at some examples. That's the original UNIVAC. It took up a room. That computer took up a room, and it has less power than your little phones do today. Your smartphones are much more powerful than that computer was. What happened was it's a convergence, and why we're talking about it today is it was a convergence of both the computational power that we've developed, and a lot of that technology was developed here in the United States, and the development of the internet. Because you needed two things for these models. You needed the computational power, but you also needed the data to train it on. And so the internet is providing that data. So it goes out, it takes lots of data from across the internet, and that's what they train the models on. Next slide, please. This is Congressman Ted Lieu.
Artificial intelligence because it can cause great harm to society.
So we've heard, we've seen the stories about some of the concerns people have about artificial intelligence and the harms that it potentially could cause. And that's one of the things, the areas that we are really discussing in our work groups is how do we protect our population, how do we protect our country, but while taking advantage of this technology. So there's ethical considerations. For example, if you were to train a model or ask it about mortgage applications, in the past in this country, we had something called redlining. Well, if you train it on the data that was used from redlining where they didn't provide mortgages to certain areas, well, that would create a bias in the model, and it would say, well, this is not a good place to lend a mortgage, to create a mortgage. So what you need to do is you need to work against those biases, understand where they are, and make sure that they're not in your model. And so that's some of the things we're learning about as this technology is developing, and we need to put the guardrails in place to protect against those kinds of things. Or, for example, we've seen an issue, or I won't say an issue, but asking to create an image of professional workers. Well, what did the model do? What did the people look like? They were all men. Or they were all dressed like men, let's put it that way. They dressed everybody up as a male professional, so they had suits and ties on. Because the model didn't understand the difference, and that had to be then trained into the model to be able to help with that kind of a bias. So we have to make sure that we're working on that. Misuse of information. You've heard about deep fakes. We have the capability today to make a model say, or make you basically say, anything and everything, whether that word ever came out of your mouth. We can have a video where it looks like you're saying something that you have never said, and that has the potential for creating a lot of damage and chaos in our country and in the world. So we want to make sure that we're putting guardrails and regulations in place to prohibit it. I will say Florida passed some regulations this year saying that you cannot use deep fakes in any political advertising in the state of Florida. And then lastly, as we adopt artificial intelligence like any other technology, there are going to be some that adopt and there are going to be some that don't. And how are they going to get impacted? And that's something that we're going to have to grapple with. Next slide, please. So things that, we use AI in lots of different things. We're just going to skip over this. I think you all are familiar with, whether you use Siri or Alexa, or some of those things. In education, AI is used today. I mean, I don't know if you understand how the new SAT tests are done today. If you take an SAT test, students, if they get an answer right, it gives them a harder question in that area. If they get an answer wrong, it takes them back and tries other ways to see if they understand the concepts. So it's being built in there. Their teachers are able to create lesson plans individually for students based on the way that student learns and responds to different things. Next slide. All right. I'm going to show you an example, and this is a video we created. This isn't live, but it's a video, and here's a question. Granny Adams left half her money to her granddaughter and the other half to her grandson. She left a sixth to her brother and the remainder $1,000 to the dogs. How much did she leave altogether? I'll give you a second to figure it out. Okay, time's up. Let's go.
A second.
Here we go. So the question was input into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is responding real time, and you can see it's showing its work of how it came up with the answer. So that gives us confidence in what it did because it showed us how it came up with that answer, and the answer in this case is $12,000. So not that complicated of a question, but it's showing just as an example. Let's go ahead, let's try something else. How about this? You ever see parking signs like this? Try and figure out when you can park. So this is an image. We're going to feed this into AI, and we're going to let it read those signs and then come up with the answer of when it's legal to park. Let's go ahead. This is a real sign too, by the way, in Culver City, California. So it's been given the question, and here it goes. So we uploaded the image. And it's thinking. Well, I think we have to go forward.
Signs are located, okay.
All right, if we can't get it, let's go.
Let me ask my chat GPT.
There it goes. So let's talk, while it's answering that, you know, what are some of the applications that we can be thinking about right now in government? Plan review, low-hanging fruit for this technology. So over in building and PZ&B, the ability to read plans, the ability to help guide people in getting permits. So chatbots. New York City has implemented a chatbot using ChatGPT with their data. We can look at, in the area of community services, in filling out applications. Today, if you apply for benefits, a lot of these programs require individual applications filled out. AI can fill it out one time. You give it the information, it'll fill out all the forms for you. Grants, writing grants. It can, you explain to it what the grant is about. You can give it the application. It'll respond to every aspect of that grant. So there are lots of things that we can be doing, but it's really going to be up to our staff to figure out how they can use this technology and how to do it most efficiently. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is an example, and I gave it Baywind CCNRs just as something to, as a tool. And in this case, it's 72 pages of documents. And so it can read those documents, and then it can respond to questions on those documents. And I've got we wanted to explain the rules on pets in the community. So instead of having to go through, read that document, and find out that answer, AI can do that for us. So we're going to ask the question, and here comes the answer.
Excuse me,
It turns
Commissioner.
out you can have 2 pets.
Have we uploaded our ULDC yet?
I am delighted you've asked this. Let's jump out of the slides. Let's go over. I created something called a GPT, and I uploaded the ULDC to it. And so it's there. We can go ahead.
What do you want to know?
What?
What do you want to ask it?
Okay, let's ask it. So let's ask it, let's tell it we want to develop a multi-family apartments in the, let's go into the AR zoning district, and that we'd like to have 20 apartments, 20 units, and we're going to have 5 of those be studios. 5 of them will be 1-bedrooms, and 10 will be 2-bedroom. And let's figure out how many parking places do we need.
And will be 2 bedrooms?
The last 10 will be 2 bedrooms. And how many parking places is required? So this is live. We'll see how well this works.
It's thinking.
Here it goes. So it's going to read the ULDC. Here we go. So there you go. It tells us that we need 1.75 spaces for the five studios. We need 1.75 for the 1-bedrooms and two spaces for the 20. So that gave us our total. There it is. So we saved you time from having to go look that up. So it should be able to help our constituents as well as help our staff so they don't have to answer these questions, right? Let's just real quick, what's that?
Want to show the traffic video?
No, one of the areas, though, as you guys know, that's really important, and AI is going to help change for us, is traffic and managing traffic, because it can determine a car a truck, a bus, a human being, a pedestrian, a bicyclist, and help coordinate the traffic lights throughout the network. And that's what I've been talking about when we talk about adaptive signal technology. It's using AI and cameras and sensors to see what's happening and make changes real time as to what's happening to our system. They've had good success in other communities in improving traffic flows. So far, we're up for some pilot projects coming in to Palm Beach County, and once the governor hopefully signs off on them, we get the money and we can move forward and start to show our constituents what's going to be possible. We're going to need to look for funding for these projects, but we're talking about transportation, some kind of transportation funding, and that could be utilized for this as well. So I just want to leave you with, because I know we're short on time, that the possibilities today, we're just in the beginning of this. This technology came out in 2018, so it was really young. We can expect to see lots of improvements, but areas of healthcare and medical science, in areas of education, the ways to improve our lives, we're going to have the ability to have our own agents or our own assistants. And if you think about for employers, you get a new employee, maybe they've had a year or two of experience, but you give them an artificial intelligence assistant, they can now operate at the level of a very tenured employee who has access to a lot more knowledge than they would have otherwise. So they'll have an assistant that can work with them to help them be able to do their jobs better at a much higher level, improving our output and our efficiencies in our businesses. I think what's really important is that this country, we have to stay ahead. There's people, we have adversaries that would certainly be happy to do us harm, that would be happy to introduce bad things to us. And so we need technology, and we need this technology to stay ahead of them. We're using it in military applications. They're using it in emergency applications. So I guess to leave you with, this is the beginning. We need to, as a community, I think it's important for us that we embrace this technology. And I want us to be a leader in the forefront. I've been out now, this presentation you've seen, it takes me a little bit longer. I go out in the communities, but I've done, I think, about 8 of these now throughout the community, explaining to folks, what it is, how it works, and some of the things that we can look forward to. But I wanted to make sure you all were aware of it, and the only way we could do it is to meet with you at a workshop. So
Excellent.
I appreciate your time this
So much,
afternoon.
Commissioner. We have a question for you from Commissioner
Happy to
Barnett.
answer any questions. I love this with my staff, my colleagues. I'm not my staff.
Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Weiss, for your presentation. Very eye-opening. These tools you've presented are tools to help our staff. For instance, the GPT that you created to interpret the ULDC. These are tools not meant to replace staff or their expert opinions, but to help them in coming to us with better, improved recommendations.
So it's not to replace them, but it's to assist them and to assist our constituents, right? So that they can focus on things that, they've gone to school or what they've trained for, to really focus on those things rather than on some of the more repetitive, mundane tasks that could be easily handed off. And let me also be clear, no one's talking about letting AI loose on its own. That everything that comes from AI needs to be reviewed. And I have plenty of examples of it coming up with wrong answers or makes up answers. And so we want to make sure that human beings are reviewing what it's doing.
All right, thank you so much.
Just 1 second, Commissioner Weiss, Commissioner Baxter, and then Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was for the administrator, actually, because we had discussed as a board AI for helping with our permitting process. And so this reminded me, kind of wanted to know where it stood and if you're involved at all, if you know anything, because we wanted to have I believe that each commissioner met individually with somebody who represented a company that had a sole source permitting business for that, and then it went away. We never got a presentation. We never heard back. And here we are. We know it's AI, and thank you for the presentation. It's amazing with the things it can help with, and our staff timing, interpreting our codes. Thoughts, Mr. Rutter?
Mr. Rutter, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Yes, Commissioner. There was a group that staff has spoken to a number of times and worked through with their technology. We have scheduled, they're actually tentatively planning on coming down the end of May. They've actually enhanced their capability and are working on a building code module as well, which was not available previously. So we'll be talking to them about a couple different aspects that they could work, and we'll find out how much of our code is uploaded and what it can do.
So why before, I mean, we're talking, this is almost, that'll be a year later, year after the fact. What has happened since last summer till now?
Met with them a number of times. Initially, they were planning on coming down here to meet with us and chose not to. We continued to follow up with them and encourage a meeting. We were prepared to go up and meet them in their location in Gainesville, and they changed their mind and decided to come down here as well, which we happily welcome. The benefit of time might serve us well. Was not aware that their building code module was in development and in a spot where it could be brought online as well, and we look forward to hearing what they have to share with that.
So what was wrong with, if you don't mind, so what was, they literally had a presentation in front of us when we were at, I believe it was a fax meeting.
It was.
And showed the ULDCs that could be loaded, permits could be submitted, and then it could send out what would potentially meet or not meet our codes. What happened? Why wasn't that efficient?
I wouldn't say anything was wrong with it by any means. At the time, they had a limitation on the number of articles in our code that were uploaded, so it didn't cover all the development plans. And
Forgive me. So it was my understanding that why would you upload all the articles and spend the manpower without some kind of reinsurance from us that we would want to move forward?
Well, I think I know the group that we're speaking of has worked with other cities and has uploaded their full codes as well. So part of us engaging on it would be knowing that we're going to get the value out of it and have the ability to, recoup those pieces and get that efficiency, if you will. I think they've enhanced it a little bit more. We talked with them a number of times and shared with them. So, but we are looking forward to meeting with them.
You do realize you circumvented my question?
Thought I answered it, but it's probably, okay, probably something of a catch-22 then that's out there, but they have shown the willingness to upload the codes from a lot of their other clients fully. They did not do that with ours initially.
Well, they were clients. We are not a client, right?
But they were new clients as well. So I think the question would be, how quickly could they do it? And we were in those kind of discussions. I also would tell you that, for better or worse, our system is a lot more complex, and our codes are a lot more complex, including our subdivision regulations and a a lot of other points.
Yeah, let me just,
May I suggest something?
let me just jump in on that.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, yeah, I mean, the reality of our ULDC and the technology, I think they would have struggled with our ULDC in the past just because of the size of it. If you could break it down into smaller chunks, they probably would have been able to swallow it, but to try and swallow it whole is a lot. These models are not yet really work. They've just, I should say, developed the technology to be able to sort of deal with documents this size.
And so to your point, sorry for 1 second, if we do pilot programs all the time, and it still needs the assistance of a human being, even what you have shown us. So I want to reach a point.
And I'm not going to, and I don't disagree with you. I mean, I'd like to see us, I'd like to see us jump in with both feet, but, that's, I'm a commissioner like you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to follow up with you, Commissioner. We have been pushing this issue. You've been pushing this issue, and so have I. The reason they needed to grasp the entire ULDC is because it's intertwined. And so if they don't have all of the documents, they can give an answer just based on the modules they have, which could still conflict with the other ones that were not included or not considered by GPT. So we are looking at those, and in June, we're going to also be bringing back what we're doing here in the county with AI. We started early on. As the commissioner says, we've got to be extremely careful with how we roll it out, what's presented, what environment we're setting it up in, what type of information is being put into the database. And so I've learned more about this than ever thought I would know, but we're constantly learning. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, for your commitment to this. And so we're also committed to making it happen because it does help us. And we've got some AI processes in place already. The new sexy AI, the generative artificial intelligence, is what we're coming up to speed with, and we are working with the entity that you talked about. But the way that they're set up in some of the smaller counties, their processes are different than what we have. And so one of the things that I want is, before we come back to the board, is to bring industry in, so industry understands, because we may have to change how we do business in Palm Beach County for things to make sure that they work. And what we want is to make sure that industry understands it, is we can show them it benefits them as well as us. We don't want to come in and they're on one side and we're on the other.
Follow up.
You want to, go right ahead, Commissioner Baxter.
So if we're bringing industry in, can we not, as a board, then work, I mean, why can't we all then be there with industry instead of just having silos? I feel like in something this important and this magnanimous and amazing, we should be working together as staff, industry, our board, and see what that looks like, because this is
huge.
Commissioner, I hear you loud and clear, but it is something that I'm going to definitely talk with legal on, because if we're all the board members are in the same room, you're discussing something that you're going to be voting on.
We can do
want
it
to
in
make
this
sure
room, a special meeting, right?
we can do a workshop. We'll set it up as a workshop when we're ready to bring forth the consultant along with industry. That's exactly what
About
we
an
would
AI
normally
summit.
do.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, please,
Commissioner
no.
Weiss? All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Weiss, thank you for your hard work on this, and I'm really happy that this is technology is something that you're comfortable with and that you're working on, and I know that I want us to be able to use AI for plan review, help with PZB, and also with the adaptive signal technology that you've been working on. And so, what I want is for staff to embrace, some of these technologies because it's here. And I know for me, the conversation with the company that wanted to look at some of the plan review was it was a disrespectful meeting from county staff. And so, and I don't want that to happen again because, they didn't feel that, they were respected by county staff. So we as a board, we want to use technology, and I'm hoping that county administration and staff knows that, and that they pursue ways for us to use some of these technologies. So.
Thank you very much. And before you go away, Commissioner Weiss, thank you on behalf of the board for what you're doing on this. I would like to ask a question with regard to, we talked about private industry. They want to sell it to us, and that's okay. It's a vendor. But how about our fine universities here? Does Florida Atlantic University has a tech division, a tech department? And I wonder if you could, in your spare time, maybe find out if they would be willing to come and speak to us and educate us and our staff members on, I have ChatGPT, I use it. It's because my kids work for Google, but I think they monitor what I ask sometimes. But anyways, I think that rather than have a vendor come here, I would request that we have an educational institution as part of our county higher education. And if you could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
So I've been working with folks at FAU for quite a while now. And there's a lot of work going on there, a lot of research. In fact, last night, I did a panel discussion with 2 professors from FAU out at IBIS on artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of work going on down there, and they've been really generous with their time and allowing me to speak to their research and some of the things that they're working on. But it's pervasive in virtually everything that they're doing down at FAU. In terms of developing the technology, though, the leading edge today is being driven by private industry. Money needs, if we want the universities to be able to play a role in developing this, they're looking at research and applications that they're able to use these tools for. More so than actually developing the models today. We're relying on private industry. So the money is going to need to come, money that they use, usually comes from the federal government to pay for the research. There's a lot of research being done, of course, in the area of defense, and using artificial intelligence to assist in the defense of the country, but also in psychology, in medicine. I met professors virtually from every discipline that were talking about how they were utilizing artificial intelligence, and, oh, by the way, education itself, and how you're now, educating your students, because they're going to be, the world they're graduating into is going to be using this tool, and just to, I've heard concerns about, well, how are kids going to handle the future? They can't think, they can't read, they can't, and, you have to remind ourselves of where we came from. I remember, and maybe you do, Mayor.
Maybe, probably.
When we first got calculators, right? And everybody said, oh, nobody's going to know how to do math anymore because you gave them a tool. Well, we learned how to do math. We learned how to use our calculators. And today, we know how to do math, but we also use our calculators, and it makes us more efficient. Then we got word processors, and they said, oh, nobody's going to know how to spell anymore. Nobody's going to be able to know how to write. And that wasn't the case either. So this is another tool, like all the other technological tools that we've had in front of us, that these kids are going to use. It's going to be a part of their lives for the rest of their lives. And we want to make sure they know how to use it, that every child has access to this technology. That's going to be key for us as a society, that every child, no matter where they grow up in the United States, no matter what community, that they have access to this. That's why the whole getting the internet available to every household has been so important, because they need to have access to these kinds of tools if we want everybody to succeed and have their best possible life.
That leads me to when President Obama said he had a commitment that every household, every child in the United States would have access to the internet. How many years ago was that? And then you wonder today, we have 1,600 seniors here in this county that's hungry, right? So this may be more of a mission than you may want. Maybe Mr. Rutter can also help us with this, but you can't use artificial intelligence if you don't have the internet. And I wonder how many children in our county have access to the internet. So this is a conversation that I'm glad that you started, and I think that it's something that we need to really get into more. Thank you so much for your leadership on this. Ms. Baker, did you still want to say something? Go right ahead.
I'd like to commend this board, because during COVID, you did allow us to spend CARES dollars on building an internet for our underserved communities. So we worked with industry on that regard, and we were able to put up the net that allowed them to have utilization of the internet in order to do schoolwork. So this board did that. In addition, we worked with the Boys and Girls Club. We upgraded their system so when the kids were there, in addition to the Education Commission down in Boca, one of the groups in Boca, we worked with on making sure that their kids were also included. So this board has been a proponent of putting their dollars to what they intend, and that is to make sure our kids had access to the internet. The other comment that Commissioner Bernard made regarding staff being rude, that is not acceptable. I wasn't in the meeting. I did speak with staff because I heard it. A comment from a commissioner that staff was rude to the individual. Staff, of course, denied that they were rude. I don't expect our staff to be rude to anyone. I don't care if you don't agree with them. There's no reason to be rude. But I also don't expect them to stand there and let people be disrespectful and very rude to them either. So we are interested in this. We have been working on AI. We will continue. This is the board's direction. And so we do embrace AI, and we're going to try and do the very best that we can do as far as making sure we're doing it in a safe manner. And that is what we'll be presenting to the board in June.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Ms. Baker, have you had the chance to speak to the individual that, since you said that you spoke to staff regarding whether they were rude to that person, have you had the chance to speak to the individual to find out exactly what happened?
I have not spoken with that individual on that particular issue, but when I have spoken with her subsequent to that. She did not bring that issue up to me at all. We talked about actually them coming down, speaking with industry on this particular issue. They declined. I told staff to reach back out. We'll go up to them. They then decided, no, we'll come back down to you. So again, I can follow up on that specifically, but I did speak with her subsequent.
I think it's important to follow up because, I brought that up to you, and, I thought that was an issue that needed to be addressed. And you spoke to staff, but you didn't speak to the individual. So, this needs to be addressed to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
I will ensure it does not.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
My concern, because I heard the same thing, was that staff had, and I'm just going to say verbatim, these aren't my words, these were the person who felt offended, point blank said, staff said to them, we will never use this. And we, the board, had already given direction at that point to look into it. So I found that very concerning. And so I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard it. But it would be worth at least calling that company. I do remember I spoke with her several months after that. We get busy, we lose track of time. And she said that she hesitated to want to come back to our county to pursue this with that technology because of how she felt she was treated. So I would like for us as a county to reach out maybe to her boss, I believe his name was Rob, and pursue the relationship moving forward, because I think this could be a huge tool for us at the county to use. And if several, especially, we go to these meetings where we have other county commissioners that use it and love it. I mean, love it. And I understand we're a larger county. Again, why I think a pilot program might be appropriate, why we can't just rely on the AI, but we have to have some human interactions with it as well. So thank you.
I will follow up today with Rob. I'll get with you to get his name, as well as the individual that made the comments with staff, because it's always two sides to every story, and we get a lot of solicitations. And again, I don't expect staff to be rude to anyone. I'm not rude to them. We listen, we tell them what we think, and then we follow back up with the board if it's something that the board wants us to follow up with. But sometimes people don't. Anyway, we will follow up, and that is not acceptable, being rude to anyone, just as though I don't want salespeople being rude to our staff either.
Thank you so much. I think we've pretty much taken care of that issue. And I would, again, impress upon you, Commissioner Weiss, if you have a contact at Florida Atlantic University, I know that they use Israeli technology through Technion. I think it would be very, very good for us, very wise for us to use what the students and professors and scientists are using at our local university, and it may be quite helpful to us before we have a private vendor in here. So is that something that you could follow through with, Commissioner?
I'd be happy to. I've been working with Dr. Susan Schneider. She's the executive director of what's called the Future of the Mind at FAU.
Perfect, the future of the mind. That's perfect. So if you could maybe give us all a report on that, and you could do it through email or through your chat GPT, and we'll consider it. And then maybe we can get a little bit on top of this so that we don't have these types of issues with private vendors. So first we get educated, and then we can take it out with private vendors. Commissioner Baxter, did you still have something to say?
Yes, I forgot. Two things. One, just so you know, that company we're talking about is connected to UF. So it's not.
Okay, well, it's UF, we're FAU.
Right.
Sorry,
okay.
Mr. Rutter, but we have a local university. I know for a fact that FAU has one of the finest science institutions in the country based on Israeli technology, and of course the research center with Dr. Duffel. But I really would like to ask Commissioner Weiss to look into it so that it can educate all of us on this. I appreciate it very much. That being said.
Lastly, Mayor, there was two things. I need to ask permission to do an off-site proclamation for tomorrow, March 27th, for the Greater Wellington Chamber.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those opposed, all those for, see it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bernard, do you have something to say? Did you take that SAT? No.
No, my daughter is.
Did she? Yeah. Yeah, so good luck to her. And Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, so I would like to ask staff to give staff direction in regards to, on Thursday, Town of Haverhill is considering a voluntary annexation request to annex into the town 5 parcels totaling about 12.5 acres. These parcels are north of Wallace Road and roughly a third of the mile west of Haverhill Road. And while generally I have no issue with voluntary annexations, I do have a problem with what's being proposed here. This piece of land that the town wants to annex is separated from the town by a canal. Annexing would create a portion that would not become unified with the whole rest of the town and its residents. There is no direct connection to the town. The only pedestrian or vehicular access would be through unincorporated roads. The proposed annexation would create a pocket or finger area, and this is inconsistent with Chapter 171 of Florida statutes. What's more is the reason for this annexation. Meritage Homes wants to develop the land and build 100 townhomes, which is wonderful, but by becoming part of the town and upzoning the property, they are circumventing the county's workforce housing requirement. So there is no workforce housing plan for this development. So I think this is a bad idea. I'd like to direct staff to object to and oppose this annexation and come back to us with more information. Is any?
Okay, very good. Do you have a question?
Just if anybody has.
Well, I think it's direction to staff. I don't think there's any opposition, but it's direction to staff, not a motion. So it's okay. Very good, thank you. Commissioner Barnett? No, I'm just going down the road here. The train is going, okay. And Madam Baker? Nothing at this time, and I just have to say, the Village of Valor, I went to their event the other night, and I look forward to all of us working together to help our homeless veterans. With that, everybody stay safe, and see you later this week. God bless.